Hello, everyone. It is the Alaboom. It is the 16th of August in the year of our Lord, 2023. Uh, tonight's drink of choice is Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar.
Cherry Zero.
Sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah, zero sugar.
Okay.
Yeah, so this will hopefully wet my whistle over the course of the next several hours while we talk about anything and nothing.
As
I want that to just be amazing. So, hello, B Dog. What's new?
B Dog. My niece and nephew call me B Ray. Not much.
Yeah.
Had a pretty good week.
Oh yeah. Do tell. Go on.
Went to see Guns N' Roses and the Pretenders, and she impressed me. I can't remember the woman's name, the lead singer. I always want to say it's the Joan Jett, but it's not. She looks a lot like. But anyway, she was on for an hour, and she really put on a pretty good show for being 72 years old. You know.
Well, I didn't know, so I'm not going to pretend that I knew. But Chrissy Hind.
Chrissy Hines, yes, Chrissy Hines. I'm sure you heard some of their songs, you know.
I'm familiar with their work. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. I was in my mind. I want to say Joan Jett, but it's not. Joan Jett's a little younger. But then Guns N' Roses came on. There was audio issues with sound issues. You know, like you can see Axel constantly trying to hear himself and Slash playing with the guitar, doing the same thing. But it was a pretty good show. Slash is amazing. I'm glad I seen him in person. Like Axel can't hold them notes anymore, and I seen Slash pull up a string, at least a whole step to match the note and hold it for him while he caught his breath and continued with it. It was amazing to watch him adjust and play in general. And then he walked off the stage doing a handstand. 58 years old, Slash is.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was jumping all around. He impressed me.
Yeah.
Axel.
He must have gotten the good drugs that day.
I don't think he's on them anymore. Axel, he's past his prime. You know, his voice is beat up. He's still not Vince Neil.
But
they went over 3 hours. It was a pretty good. Guns N' Roses alone did over 3 hours. It was a pretty good show.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I often think, you know, like the stuff that I like to watch or what have you, or listen to, like those bands just won't play anymore because they'll be dead, you know, just like, or they just won't tour anymore, you know. So it's just
not necessarily, you know. Rod Stewart's still touring. I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, but that's on somebody.
Depends on how much money they owe. You know, they need to live, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I just it's one of those. It's fine.
Yeah.
But
one thing I did notice, I think the stadium held 30,000, and there was probably like, I want to say 26, 28,000. It wasn't. They had a section of it blocked off. But I was surprised by the age groups there. There was actually a guy with kids that were under 10, I want to say, there, and it went all the way up to like the 60s. But there were a bunch of millennials and Generation X and you know, even the boomers there. And the one guy in front of me kept sticking his finger up every once in a while, and I couldn't figure it out, like with attitude. I couldn't figure it out. It was an older guy. And then I noticed the kids in front of him were standing up taking selfies. So every time they took a selfie, he would throw his middle finger up trying to photobomb the photo. And I'm like, that's kind of fucking immature. You know? But
yeah,
it was a good time.
Where was this?
Hershey, PA. I was at a Guns N' Roses concert Friday.
Guns and fucking Roses.
Yes.
Ah,
All of them could still play except for Axel.
Could Axel? I mean, he sings.
Yeah,
Does he play?
He plays piano, but he like I was saying that once before he came on, they had some audio issue with the sound. You know, it was like the weird bounce. Like I could hear the drums kick off like a half a second after the drummer hit it, kind of thing.
Be the sound.
It was just the
I mean,
stadium.
were you far back or something?
No, I was actually in the it was like the stadium. So they were constantly adjusting. Like you seen Axel adjusting his monitor thing, and Slash was constantly adjusting the guitars and all that. So it wasn't their best show.
Wasn't like the old days.
Well, I think if it was better audio, it probably would have been better show.
Spring for the high audio production.
No, I just think it was the stadium. But like I was saying in the lands before he came on, I saw Slash pull a string up, at least a step. It might have been a step and a half to match the note that Axel was carrying because he couldn't carry it anymore. So Slash mashed the note to hold it while Axel caught his breath and continued it. And it was just like automatically, like Slash didn't even think about it. He just instinctively. It was amazing to see him play live. I'm glad I did that.
well, and they have played together for a little while. So
Few years.
Yeah, but it's just amazing to watch a guy who's been playing for 30 years play.
When did that album come out? 88?
The first one?
87?
It hit big in like 88, yeah.
I was like a sophomore in high school.
I was younger. I was still in grade school.
That was a racy cover, though.
Yeah, the original one
That
was.
original,
Yeah.
some questionable. Well, we've talked about this before.
Yeah. And then I was saying,
whatever we do, let's not show 7 seconds of the Meg trailers. So,
How many
Yeah,
seconds of the
really.
Meg trailers did you run? 3?
yeah,
Three.
no, it was like
We watched a little bit more than that.
It was like 9 seconds, and
Now it's down to that much granularity now.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't know, when we showed we were laughing about how Jason Statham was riding on a wave runner, like on a jet ski, and he had like a spear in his hand. He was going to attack the Meg, and I showed that whatever. They decided that they needed to take the money, the 7 cents
get all
that'll
the
make up that
dollar.
album. Yeah.
all 5 people watch this shit.
Yeah. So
Wow. You should turn ads off.
well, gotta feed the monkey.
Oh, well,
But yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Not play the Meg on your show.
Yeah, there you go. Nobody go watch the Meg 2. We are not sponsored by
We're
the
not
Meg
sponsored
2.
by the Meg.
We're boycotting the Meg too.
So I saw Oppenheimer.
Did you?
Man, that's a good movie.
I want to see it.
I really loved it. It's really, really good.
I want to see it.
Every minute of it.
It's too long. I can't.
It's long. It's for sure long, and it's for sure loud. We saw it in IMAX theater, but not the true IMAX, not the
okay. That
gigantic screen, but
the
we saw it on a
wraparound
pretty
thing?
big screen. It was nice. It was. I mean, it's a really. If you like movies, I mean, go see that movie.
I would
For
enjoy
people
it.
that like movies.
I mean, I like the drama.
Not Lance.
It's a little dramatized, but it's good. I know it is. It's a movie for movie lovers.
Okay.
I mean, it ain't no Marvel. When I got a big hair here.
I don't know why.
It's still Marvel blockbuster, but the 3 hours zip by, or 2 hours 40. Is it something like that?
No, it's 3. I checked. It's
Is it fully 3?
Yeah.
I mean, I
think-
also stay fully for the credits. Plus, they run like about a half an hour trailer, so you're there for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, it was a long time. When I got out of there, I mean, I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I do want to see it, but it's too long. That Guns N' Roses.
I
concert
loved
was
it.
like
I mean,
the edge.
It's so. I mean, I don't think I'm really glad I went and saw it in the theater because one, that the IMAX sound system itself is just. I mean, it shakes you.
Yeah.
And it startles you sometimes. It was like startling. Some of the what is this big hair? I can't get it off my
I don't know. But
shirt.
it's either you or Michelle.
I keep catching it on the camera. Like, what is it? I think it's mine. It's like gray.
Uh,
But yeah, it was so good. I'm just thinking. I mean, I kept thinking about. I mean, it's
were you surprised by
just a
the
well
ending?
crafted movie. Was I surprised by the ending? No.
Yeah, I should hope not.
The
Okay.
ending is not the test.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to say
yeah,
much, but basically, the end of the movie is not when
they detonated. Yeah.
they detonate the bomb.
Did they get
It's
it in
interesting.
the
It's interesting to know a little bit about the physics, and then also, I mean, they do it really in a
dumb fight?
interesting, dumb way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really learn much, but it's there. It's in there, and if you know about some of the math, science, and all that stuff, it's there.
Did they go into the after effects on the crew, like up in the 60s and 70s? No, or
No,
like
no, there was no. I mean, can I make a couple statements about the movie? Does anybody
yeah.
get me mad? I mean, I don't know if Kabuki wants you to not say anything, or I mean, it's spoilers. It's not really a I mean, it's an interesting thing. They put no depiction of the war into the movie at all. Like it's zero, like nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else to say. Actually, if I don't say anything, that's fine. I'll just leave it at that. And that was kind of odd, but I think I know why. It was not about the war. It was about the man.
Yeah,
It's a bio
pick. Yeah.
pick. Yeah. Anyway, but I loved it. That was good. Too much music.
Too much music.
That would be my one criticism. There was way too much soundtrack. Like there was just a lot of
Was it song or effects?
it's song. Yeah, there's a lot
Okay.
of it feels
Theme
like
music.
a long montage. You know what I mean? Like there's some montage parts to it, and it just goes on and on and on and which is fine. I liked it, but it was just
Gonna
long.
need a montage.
So
Gonna
Mr. Slow
need a
knows about
montage.
But what else?
right?
It was a good like 4 hours.
Good for
And then we couldn't find a restaurant to eat in. We went to 3 places. One was closed. The second one was like we stood at the service or the host stand, not hostess, host, whatever, stand for like 20 minutes. And we're just like, is anybody working here? I mean, we could see people. And like, like at what point do you go, hey, we'd like us to take, I'm just like, that's not, I don't like that. And then we went to a third place. We actually only went to 3 places, but the third place had the windows open, and I'm like, it's 106. And so we're sitting near the window, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not. And they have the air conditioning blasting, of course. So you get this weird, like cold under the table, but hot up here. So it's just very uncomfortable. But we were like, we were just like so hungry. We just wanted to get done. But that's my grudge.
Your grievance.
My grievance. Stupid restaurant with its windows open. They had these like garage doors that roll up in the front, which is neat. Like in Dallas, that's cool because it's like you're in and out, half in the side restaurant, half out. But on a 106-degree day, and I was, why is that? Why? I want air conditioning, please.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Is it still that hot down there, Scott?
Not today, but tomorrow will be.
Well,
It's back to 106. Today peaked out at 100 and something. I think it was 103.
I know this is high, but this is the highest year in record. But is that normal? Does it normally get in the hundreds down there?
We have a few. Yeah, we usually. I mean, I feel like this year has been I don't know what historically it is, but it feels
it's
like today the high was 103 at 5 o'clock. So when the 5 o'clock sun comes in, I get warm. Like this room gets hot.
Yeah.
But tomorrow is like highs, and we went down to like the 70s last night, which is stunning. But tomorrow's high is 105, and Friday is 106, and Saturday is 106, and Sunday is 105, and Monday is 105, and then we're back to 99. So there you go.
Oh,
cold front.
No, they said July was the hottest year in the world.
Are we frozen?
No.
People. I got some comments that say we're frozen.
I don't think so.
But tomorrow's high is. Oh, I mean, I hear myself.
You hear yourself. Congratulations on the sleevey thing, Scott.
Say what?
Congratulations on the card sleeve.
Oh, thanks.
I forget the name.
Team
of it.
effort.
Yeah, you were. I read the thing briefly.
Yeah, so yeah, the geek list for the sleeving has been running for 10 years. And the guy who has been curating it. His name is Adam. And his username is, I don't know how to pronounce it. Tenarish, I think. I've never actually asked him how it's pronounced.
That's a lot.
It's what?
That's a lot of time.
10 years. No fucking
10
shit.
years,
Terrorish.
That's
Adam
half a
Adam Kranzel. Yeah, he's been an admin for 10 years. Or more than, I think he's been around for more than 10 years, but the Geek List has been going for 10 years and he's been on it like for 10 years straight without a break. Isn't it crazy?
That is.
So we were like, I talked to him about this at BG. He was also a BGG Con. Sam Healy.
Let this
Wait, I saw Sam Healy for a second there. What was
He's a.
I took a gamble.
Wow,
Look at this guy.
there it is. What's going on,
What's
Sam
up?
Healy?
What's up, Allie? Aldi, how
Hey.
you doing?
Good,
Allie,
how are you?
Change your name.
Long time no see,
No,
brother.
he called me Aldi. Call me Aldi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I changed my name. No, it's fine. Yeah, you're good.
That's what you. How you doing,
You took
Sam?
go
me
by
up on the
either.
offer.
I got people who call me Aldi. You can call me Al.
Okay,
Oh, what's going on?
not much.
Not much.
Lance asked if I wanted to join in and shoot the crap, so I said sure.
So
you have a few free hours.
Hey, yeah. So here's something I wanted to ask. Now that we have people, how is it that they haven't? Why does it just seem like okay? Everybody knows.
Are you talking through the right mic? Something's off with you.
You're off.
Like I can barely hear you. I mean, I hear you, but I don't hear you correctly.
Yeah, getting a bit of an echoey type thing.
I've got your room more than the mic.
Yeah.
Is this better?
You know, Lance, you think after this long, you know how to work machinery.
You should.
Yeah,
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah.
Anyway, let me finish what I was saying.
finish what you say.
And then I'll
Scott.
stop talking about the sleeves.
Dude
So
had
Adam-
12 years, 10 years.
Adam has been working on for 10 years by hand.
by
He
hand.
makes the sleeves
Literally.
by hand.
No, he maintains the Geek List, which had
Well, how else is
7,000
he gonna
items
do
on it.
How else is he gonna do it? Of course he's gonna do it by hand.
I know, but I'm just like, no, it just
It's like saying he threw the ball 30 yards through the air. What does he do? Throw it through the ground? I mean, how else?
Okay,
how
whatever,
else are you
fine.
gonna do it? Keep
Well,
I guess
Scott
I'll
is
stop.
saying
I'll put drama. I'll stop taking my drama out of it.
What
I would-
Scott
I-
is saying
anyway,
is
I
there's
didn't really
programs
realize-
that do this, and he did it on his own. Right, Scott?
So
Go ahead.
I talked to him in 2019. He also as part of Team Geek for BGG Con. Every year he's
Okay.
been helping out Team Geek. So I talked to him at 2019. I said, he was asking me like, what about this sleeves thing? I'm like, we want to make that a tool, like a built into the website. Like
Right.
that's what I told him. 2019.
Yeah.
And then shit happens, right?
Yeah. So
So it's sort of been on hold. And this year we finally got it had sort of been tinkering with it for like a year.
right.
And this year I'm like, we're doing it. Let's all the forces come together on it. And so we got it all done and launched today. So it's
How did
mostly seeming people like it.
I'm just gonna say, I think the number of people that actually sleeve the cards in their games is a vast minority.
I don't know.
Here.
Why are there 30 companies making sleeves?
Because
somebody's buying
because
them.
there's a billion people that play Magic.
Yeah. I guess.
Oh, is
Because
it Magic?
the Gathering, that is
Yeah.
correct.
I
I
know.
don't think I've ever sleeved any card.
I mean, I'm sure that's a big part of it, but
And they're
there's also
super.
there's a there's a-
The other sizes, they are super.
why does
cheap.
every Kickstarter now offering sleeves?
Because
I'm just being
you can
anecdotal.
offer them for nothing. You can offer them for nothing. You're like, oh, we'll give you sleeves, and you're like,
Nothing?
cool, I get all the things, and like literally,
So it's a
a-
cheap add-on.
it's an extremely cheap add-on. If we say we'll throw in all the sleeves you need for the game, that's like 4 cents.
And
You know,
and from
Well,
from the Kickstarters that I've been a part of, the number of people that actually get sleeves are very, very, very low.
So you're saying we've been wasting our time.
No,
Man,
what I'm
you
saying
just
is, what
love
I am
pissing on
saying,
I'm just
Cheerios,
kidding.
Lance.
I know.
what I'm saying is that there is a very minor number of people that sleeve, but the people that sleeve, they sleeve every single freaking
Everything.
game.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
sleeve every single game. They sleeve everything. One of the most annoying things. I mean, no matter what Kickstarter you launch, no matter what you do, eventually one person comes in and says, "I need the exact measurements of all of your cards and number of cards, so I have the sleeves ready." It's like, and you're like, you can wait until you get it, and then you can measure them yourself, and then you
Yeah.
can buy them. I mean,
That's
they
true.
literally they're under the impression that if they once they get the game, if they're not able to sleeve
Poor
those
Scott.
things immediately, like
Every good deed.
like that's the moment
Fucking
that
Cheerios are just so soggy.
the eagle is gonna fly in and crap all over their sleeves and cards, and they're gonna be done for.
Well,
I mean, I don't.
Well,
but-
Scott, I hope that 10% of people that do sleeve cards go to the.
I mean, you
soggy.
know, we'll make a dime on it. You know, like it's a thing that will make us money if people use
Well,
it.
no, you will make money on it because sleeves are cheap.
Well, I mean, we
Sleeves
sell
are
them in the
cheap.
store. We sell GameGenic, and we also get commissions through stores.
Yes,
So maybe we'll make some money,
you'll
and
make
maybe
some
I'll
money.
pay for the actual development costs. Who knows? Anyway, it was kind of an interesting, how do you take 7,000 pieces of data, 7,000 games of data, all the sleeves, all the numbers, all the data, and make it into a Board Game Geek database type thing, which was kind of a challenge, honestly. There was more. It's more to it than you think.
And he did it on his own, Lance.
Well, no, and that's awesome.
Well-
I hope you make $1 million
A programmer,
a day.
okay, programmer and a designer, and me and Adam did it.
I meant Adam.
And I would say I had the least amount to do with it, except write the checks.
Yeah.
That's
All
it.
right,
Anyway,
cool.
all right.
Buy sleeves through Aldi. Give them money.
I would do that. I would just say support Board Game Geek.
Well, it
However
helps,
you
right?
like
Because it's a
it.
data source, right? Like, and it goes.
Yeah,
it goes to the
absolutely.
website, it goes to the company.
Set up a bot that just clicks through.
So, what have you
Board
been
Game
up to,
Geek
Sam?
links
Where
constantly.
are you located now?
I am
Huh?
up in Washington State, Pacific Northwest. We're basically north central Washington, but that's
Is that
kind of
rural?
inaccurate. Well, I mean, if you want to call this rural, then yeah, that's rural.
Oh, that's pretty
but-
rural. Looks
Rural,
rural.
yeah.
Looks all
But
rural.
But I mean, we're about 8 miles out of town. But it's
Which
so it's
town?
about a 10-15 minute. It's a town called Wenatchee. That's the closest big quote
They got a
unquote. big-
stoplight.
Yeah, they got a few of those. Matter of fact, they
Okay.
probably have. I think way back, the mayor must have known the guy that made all the stoplights, because there are a crap ton of stoplights in our town, inordinate amount. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I'm
Cool.
up in
That's quite different than
Washington
Florida.
State.
How long did you live in Florida?
Lived in Florida I lived in Florida twice. I went to college in Florida, up in Pensacola. That was
UFC?
80.
UCF?
That was no, I went to Pensacola Christian,
Gotcha.
and I graduated from there in 2001, and then lived in Germany for a few years. That's where I met Tom. Well, I met Tom at school, but lived in the same area as Tom when we went to Korea. And then came back to California, lived in California for a year, 2009. And then 2010, moved down to Florida and lived there until 2019, and then moved up here December 2019.
Gotcha.
So
Living
it's,
around a lot of places.
yeah, well, before that, my dad was military. So we did a lot of,
Oh,
We
wow.
did a
So
lot of that.
growing up, moving around.
yeah, I got used to it. So,
Yeah.
it's cool, but I'm just doing my own channel now, flip side of
Yeah.
board games,
The flip
and
side.
the flip side. Yep. So, but yeah, I was, just talking, we played, Gray Fox's, EOS the other day, the, island of
Technically King
Egypt.
Raccoon, but yes, we are co-publishing. King Raccoon.
Yeah.
The what?
Felix Murdercat, King Raccoon, and then on this side it's going to be Gray Fox. So
Cool.
I was just giving Lance
Is that your
the
full
lowdown.
time gig? Is that what you're
The
the
channel?
channel?
Yeah.
Or just doing
Um,
business?
It's not, yeah, I'm doing it as a business. I have my own LLC here in Washington State, and it's not making me a ton of money right now.
Well, I mean, it's
But
I mean, there's so much stuff now. It's a
Yeah.
tough business.
no, yeah. There's definitely a crowded market. So I'm trying to just I'm not, and what makes it harder, I think, is that I'm not, bending over backwards to try to cover all the new stuff that's coming out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just kind of
Carve
be
your-
true to what I want to do instead of what everybody else wants me to do.
Right.
And we'll go from there. I'm focusing more on building a community around it than I
And
am.
Patreon.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably need
but
to do Patreon.
well, that's
If you- I mean,
we've
Unless
looked
you
at stuff
are
like that.
against it. Pardon?
Hey, for the tens of people that are watching, if you're not subscribing to Sam yet, go subscribe right now.
What's the name?
or
Oh, the flip side.
Flip side
Yeah,
of board
yeah.
games.
I just started my
Are you in
me
a
and my buddy
pinball at all?
just
Because
just
that the
put up
name
a
is
new top 100, our first installment of top 100. So that's that's being watched right now by a lot of people.
Is it just
But,
you?
It's me, my wife, and my buddy JT. Those are the three main people that are showcased on the channel the most. But it's mainly me. My wife will do playthroughs with me. We do Q&As every Saturday, and then JT comes in, and we usually do a live every Friday, a live playthrough of a game. This Friday we're going to be doing Assassin's Creed,
Cool.
the Brotherhood of Venice.
That's
we've,
that's based on the V Sabotage, right? Or V.
Yes.
I played that this weekend.
Oh
It is-
yeah, you played
Oh, hilarious,
V
yeah.
Sabotage.
I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's neat.
that was the OG for
Yeah.
that system, and I probably like it better because I'm not a huge Assassin's Creed fan.
Yeah. The
but,
theme is. Yeah, it's World War
yeah.
II, right?
Right. Yeah.
An
Yeah,
interesting.
so-
game.
But yeah, really fun game. So we're going to be doing starting with episode 4 in that campaign this Friday. We already did 1 through 3 on another one. But yeah, we're just
Remind me, you worked for Awaken Realms or Storm?
Nope.
Forge.
Nope.
Steam Forge. No, neither.
2020 to
I forgot.
2020 to 2022, I was with Mythic Games,
Mythic.
and then
Sorry.
from about August 2022 to April 2023, I was with Monster Fight Club.
Oh, okay.
As a kind of like an assistant project manager, but I also worked with their community management and social media and that type of stuff. But with Mythic, it was all community management.
Gotcha. Were you part of building up the drawing a blank on the system that they made?
Are you which company are you talking about?
Mythic.
Mythic.
What's the name? I can't remember the name of it.
For what game?
No, the crowdfunding website.
You're talking about GameFound?
GameFound. That's Mythic, right?
No, that's Awaken Realms.
Awaken. It all blends together.
It does.
It's
does.
crazy. I'm like, I keep them separate in my head, and it's not. It's for some reson it's one. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Okay,
no
so Mythic
worries.
was just games. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, just games. So yeah, it was just so with Mythic, I just basically we had so many freaking products that I had plenty of stuff to do work on as far as the community management, social media content creation, and that kind of stuff.
What's
But
their
with
biggest game? Darkest Dungeon?
right now, yeah, I would imagine.
Okay.
Before that, it was
Cantress?
before that it was Reichbusters or
Oh,
Joan of Arc,
Reichbusters.
one of the two.
Gotcha.
So
yeah.
Reichbusters, Project Thrill, and Joan of Arc was a big one until they got into that legal squabble with Pascal Bernard.
Right.
And then we had to basically can all of that and finish the 2.0 until
Solomon Kane,
as best we could.
right?
But
Mythic Battles. Okay, yeah.
yeah, Mythic Battles Pantheon was kind of their original game. The
Gigantic
co-owner,
box of stuff.
yeah, huge box of stuff.
I got my Rugbusters in the garage. I still can't. I'm scared to open it.
Yeah,
I know. I heard that game's tough to know, tough to learn.
it is. It does.
And I
have
never
a very,
got the V2 book. I think when I moved in 2019, so I think it went to the old house and I never got it.
Got it.
One of those things.
Well, I think out of all of the products that they have produced, leaving out all of the stuff that has yet to be produced, I think Reichbusters probably got the dirtiest end of the stick as far from reviewers. It is a hard game to learn how to play, and the rule book was not conducive to learning, but it wasn't a broken game. And a lot of people said it was broken, but it just wasn't. In my opinion, at least. Everybody's got an opinion, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So,
What was the name of the company you worked for after that? The Monster
Fight Club. They're
Monster
mainly
Fight Club.
known for their scenery. They have 3 games, 2 of which are being released this year. One is called Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone, which is a collab with R. Telsorian in their Cyberpunk RPG universe. And it's a tabletop miniatures board game. And then they have another one for Borderlands, Mr. Torg's Arena of Badassery. And
is that based on the video game?
Yeah, it's based on the video game. And it's more of a scenario-based campaign style game, but it's more of a board game with miniatures than it is a tabletop board game or a tabletop miniatures game. Combat Zone is definitely a tabletop miniatures game, but Borderlands is more of a board game with miniatures, but it uses the same basic system as Combat Zone does. And then they also have another game called Tentacle Town that is
for a company called Monster Fight Club. You better have a Tentacle Town.
Yeah. But they also have a bunch of scenery. That's probably what they are most known for is their scenery.
For like Warhammer.
They've got Metropolis scenery. They've got ice wilds like icy hills and wintry trees and all that kind of stuff. And
gotcha.
And it's tabletop scenery. And then they also have a couple of miniature lines that they produce. One for Combat Zone and then another one for The Witcher that they have as well. So
what's your take on working on the inside?
That was I really enjoyed the project aspect of that. I worked with with Deke, their project manager, a lot. He's a really great guy. He was a great teacher as well, and I learned a lot of cool stuff from him. But
do you want
I just decided, it's time to
wanna...
try something on my own and see how it goes. But
do you want to make a board game company someday, or you want to make content?
No, I don't think I've got the moxie to be a board game company person. I just don't think I'm there. I feel much more comfortable making content and being in a community than anything else. The only other thing my wife and I are kind of kicking around right now is possibly open a board game store. So the climate up here in Washington is a little sketchy for small business owners. So that's something
it's because it's just so far out of everything, or?
No, it has a little bit more to do with how things are run in Olympia than anything else. But
it's political.
Yeah. So that's just the way
Not
that
as
goes.
Conducive to small business as some states.
Nope.
Texas.
I mean, unless you're on the other side and you're like a tech company, or aviation's big over there. Boeing has a bunch of huge presence. But there's a lot of don't get me wrong, there's a lot of board game stores on the other side of, when I say the other side, I mean the other side of the mountains, over by where Seattle is. There's a whole lot of board game stores over there, but they've got, I mean, I was talking to, one of the things I'm doing for my channel is a spotlight series where I go and visit different game stores and just kind of spotlight the ones that I think are doing it right.
Okay.
And I've talked to only one of the stores over there, Zulu's, and just listening to what he pays a month just to operate, I'm like, well, we're never going to be able to do this because it's like, it's amazing. I mean, he's got his ducks in a row. He's doing a good job. And he also has like 10, 15 years behind him. So it's like, I talk to these people and I'm trying to glean as much wisdom from them as I possibly can before we take that first step. And, but some of the information that they're able to give is so far down the road. It's good information to have, and it's good information to like be able to file away and know that that's coming. But
it's not what you need right now.
Yeah, not really what I need right now. I need more. And we're working with a financial advisor here in town that my wife and I go to for our personal stuff, and she's on the Chamber of Commerce board, and so she's got connections, and so I mean we haven't
the wheels are in motion yet. Yeah, sounds like the wheels are in motion.
Yeah, so we'll see.
So Sam, what's the biggest overhead? Is it the building or taxes?
What's that?
Rent. Probably rent.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the building.
Well, rent is astronomical. I mean, I've the only other store that I've really talked to, done a spotlight on, was Night Watch Games down in San Antonio. Great store, by the way. Anybody that's watching in that area, they need to go check them out. Night Watch Games in San Antonio, and they said that they pay close to $10,000 a month for rent.
For how big of a building?
Well, the building is like, I think they said it was like around 3,400, 3,600 square feet.
Wow, that is high. Yeah.
But I mean, they're in a good place. They're in a good part of town. They're in a growing part of town, and they're able to make ends meet. They said that they've been in the black for months now. So, so they're doing well, and what they're doing it awesomely. So they're able to make ends meet, and they're able to get all their people paid and get themselves paid and all that other kind of stuff. So they're doing well, but I think that's largely due to the fact of how they're coming at the idea of owning a store. It's not just a retail environment. It's a community hub.
Community center.
So,
yeah. That's the way
So I mean,
the guys here in Dallas are running it too, Common Ground.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just a store.
Right. Yeah. Well, and they even go so far as to, I mean, they have a store, but the store part of it is like not where the playing part of the store is. So that if people want to come in and shop, they're not bumping into people that are playing games, and if people just want the games, they don't have to worry about. Yeah. So it's little kind of stuff like that. And then, talking to the owners, the Mulgrews, Brenda treats that store and her customers like they're her children, they're her kids, and she's the mom, and so it's that level of community that you just don't find most places. But if you are a regular customer in their store, they know who you are. There's a personal connection, and that's kind of where my wife and I want to go with the whole idea of getting a store. And there's some possibilities here in town that are gonna hopefully allow us to get I'm shooting for about 3,500 square feet, but the rent is going to be a fraction of what they're paying. But we're going to have to sign a 5-year lease as well. So
okay.
Is the fraction?
There's a lot
It's
of
a little
nine,
risky.
10?
ifs,
Yeah,
ands, or buts, but
Yeah.
we're trying to weigh all of that before we dive in.
yeah. Well, good luck.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's something I'm looking forward to, but it's also something that I think will coincide well with the channel, so that I can do both at the same time, and one will hopefully feed off of the other. And
Right.
so I'm working that way, but it's slow going. I've been at it for 3 months now. I'm at 5,300 subscribers, which is
When you do
compared-
live, are you on YouTube only, or is it Twitch, or what do you?
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not doing Twitch yet. I'm just on YouTube.
Okay.
I could also be on Facebook as well, and frankly, I don't know that judging from all of the analytics that YouTube is giving me right now, I don't think many of my subscribers are looking at Twitch very much, because the demographics.
Board
The
games on Twitch
demographics
is
are-
almost non-existent,
Yeah.
at least
So,
from our perspective. I mean, I'm sure there's someone out there who does board games and they do great because they're popular in a different area, but like board game,
yeah.
not saying board game streamers are. I don't know. I'm trying not to be negative about it.
Well,
but it is- it is
I
a
just think
hard
my
hill to
my
climb on
demographics
Twitch.
so far.
Right.
I think it's like, if I remember correctly, it's like something like 85% of my subscribers or viewers are dudes, and they are my age dudes. They're
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
they're like, and it's not the people that are going to be watching Twitch very much,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know how much I need to put into getting into Twitch, and a lot of people that I've talked to so far have said, it's not really worth it. So right now the YouTube channel is going well. 5,300 subscribers after just 3 months
great.
of doing it full time is pretty good. But I think I'm about halfway there to where I can actually have it be a viable full-time job. So, is what it about it.
And you're mostly focused on games you like, right? You're not chasing the hotness or anything like that.
Not really.
Yeah.
I can't really right now. I can't buy all the hotness, that's for sure. And I'm not, like, I wasn't able to go to Gen Con because my daughter from Germany and my son from Fort Bragg, they're both in the military, and they were both home visiting that
Yeah, that's
week.
not worth
Yeah.
going.
So
to
I'm
Gen Con
like,
for.
not going to
I
Gen
mean,
Con.
Gen Con will happen
so-
every year.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
So-
not going anywhere.
Oh no,
They
they
just
canceled.
They just signed
canceled
up for like
next-
another 5 or 6 years or something
Yeah.
in India. Indianapolis.
You said
That's
your
cool.
son's in Bragg?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. My brother was there for a while. So was one of my
Oh yeah. Yeah,
one
my
of
son
uncles.
is Devil Dogs. He's airborne artillery.
Okay.
And he's looking to re-up, but he's also trying to get stationed up here at JBLM, Lewis
Okay.
McCord over in Seattle, so that he can be closer to us. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah, you gotta go where they send you.
Well, cool. Thanks
So
for catching us up.
it's
to your life.
we
It's
like
been a
living here,
while. Yeah.
and it's a great place to live. It's a little smoky right now, but that's just the season. Smoke season started. It was like 104 today, and but it's nothing compared to 98 with 90% humidity in Florida.
Yeah, it's true.
So
I think I'd
But-
trade it. I'd trade you for sure.
yeah,
Sure,
no,
you
I
do.
can't walk outside. I literally cannot walk
Yeah.
outside.
Do you think you'd be better off in Florida with all the humidity?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about Washington.
No, it's yeah. Or
It's
Washington.
not. Was it Seattle area? I mean, you're not.
Yeah, he said he's in the middle.
Yeah, you're in the mountains, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean here it's humidity is really low. It really is what they would call, quote unquote, a dry heat. But we do have some humidity because we are right next to a river, but it's nothing like, being near an ocean or anything
Yeah.
like that. So it gets over 100. Tomorrow it's supposed to come back down, and by the weekend we'll be back at about 80 degrees, and that's probably the close to the beginning of the fall. So I don't think we'll have much more heat after this, but this is like the final push. But it's not bad. It's just not comfortable when you walk around outside. The kids have been in band camp all week this week, and they're feeling the brunt of it. That's for sure. Marching band practicing on a football field in 108 degree weather yesterday, 103
Okay, you got some high
degree weather
temperatures.
today.
Yeah, yeah.
I
That
have
can't
a
be safe.
newfound respect
No,
for
it can't
band
be. I mean, it's
camp kids.
Matt. Do you know Sam?
No, of Sam.
You know,
You
oh,
know,
I'm just saying.
Sam. Sam,
Oh,
do you
yeah.
know Matt?
Sam and Matt, Sam.
Oh,
Oh,
we lost him.
And
lost him for a second.
Oh,
He'll be back probably.
Bing bing.
maybe having internet issues there. Off and around. There he goes.
Yeah, sorry. I'm walking around outside. I'm on my phone, so we were trying to install a new floodlight camera system, and we're gonna return it and get something else.
I use Rio Link.
Real link?
Rio Link.
Rio link.
They're good. Get them on
Yeah,
Amazon.
we've already got a ring system in our house.
You're just using
and
Ring Outdoor.
Yeah, right now. But we're also for Prime Days we bought a whole indoor system as well with motion detectors and window and door sensors and a couple of keypads, and then we bought this new floodlight for outside, but it's only one camera with two lights, and we really want 4 points of surveillance on our house. So we're gonna send that back since we bought it on Amazon, and then just get four more cameras that have like built-in lights that are battery operated. So it'll work better for our house. It'll give us
Secure the
It'll give
perimeter.
us 4 more angles of surveillance for the video and 4 more spotlights, basically. So we'll have the back covered, we'll have the side of the house covered, and it'll be all good.
You never know when Bigfoot's going to run through there, Scott.
Got to watch out for those Gen Con bandits.
Yeah, that too.
Did they catch them? I know they.
Well, that's
I've not.
just it.
I've been following it for a while.
I think they
the news-
identified them, but I don't know
Well,
if
they
Oh, they
caught
definitely
identified
identified.
I know those guys. I mean,
They
like,
were at BGG in 2015.
no,
Really?
seriously, like I go look at their game. Like I went to
Yeah.
TJ's house and did a video with him at his house.
Wow.
And I have a picture of me, him,
Maybe
and
it's just a
Nina.
mistake that they got picked up on surveillance. Maybe it's something. else.
That's so here's what I know. This is like I actually have, whatever little weird inside knowledge on those two. Like it doesn't make any sense because at least, I mean, admittedly, I haven't spoken to TJ or the other guy in forever. And I talked to TJ a heck of a lot more than I did with the other gentleman. But and a lot can
Which
change.
one was TJ?
TJ's the guy who had the Castle Assault shirt on his back.
Is he the brunette?
He's the
No.
redheaded guy. He's the redheaded.
Yeah.
A redhead guy. Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, no, and like I'm not gonna say too much, but TJ had a very, very good paying job. And I saw his
Yeah, I
house.
saw it.
I mean, and so I mean, no, I mean, I have no idea why anybody would steal $300,000 of the man. I mean, it's not like it's $300,000 worth of cash.
I mean, they've
right
already
on the
been
ground.
convicted
Right.
in the court of public opinion here.
Well, the court of
Oh,
public
I mean,
opinion
like, I don't
is-
know what the story is. I mean, there's no story.
done.
It's just
Yeah,
these
they're
pictures
done.
have been posted and
2
a lot
days
of,
and everybody
but
forget about
here's-
this
a lot of
stuff.
accusations.
Of course.
But here's the deal. I even think he might have been on the Alaboom like an episode a million years ago, right? Just like on all honesty, I mean, because for a while there, he and I would like, this is TJ. Me and him would like exchange emails and text back and forth and what have you. There's a picture of me and him and the designer of Folklore, The Affliction, Nino. There's a picture somebody took of the three of us at a party at Nino's penthouse at Gen Con from like 6 years ago, just sitting there playing a game and laughing. And it's just kind of like, and I saw and like he actually somebody took that picture and then TJ got it and sent it to me. Hey, I figured you'd want this. I mean, it was just, I don't know. I mean, it's the thing is that from what I have frickin' TJ's number in my phone still. I mean, it's just kind of.
Well, here's the thing. I suspect they've already been contacted. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, they absolutely have been contacted, and it's
Yeah.
one of those things too where it's like, if you didn't do it, or even if you did do it, but if you didn't do it, and they said, well, both of them, from what I remember, and especially TJ, because like I said, I talked to him a lot more. They're both extremely intelligent people, and they are both like I said, they aren't like the struggling artist living in their 1-bedroom apartment kind of thing. So if somebody said like the smartest thing to say is nothing at all and have your lawyer talk for you, right? I
100%.
mean, that's
Because I mean, it's pretty. Yeah, they've already been.
I don't think they're hiding. I don't think they're doing anything like that. I think it's one of those things where they were like, lawyer up. This is who you talk to. Would you like to come in and have a conversation? No, I would not. I would not like to come in and have a conversation. I guess the moment I have a conversation is when you come in and arrest me, and I'll speak at my trial. That's
Probably the good idea.
yeah. I mean, which is why yeah, I mean, so the thing is, everybody's like, why isn't anybody doing anything about this? Why is there nobody know? Because they, like I said, are really smart people, and even if they did it or didn't do it, you don't say a word to anybody. You just live your life, and you deal with it as it comes. And
Yeah, I mean, there could be a million explanations for that.
There
Those
could.
camera videos. I mean, there's a lot of shit happening at Gen Con.
Where does anybody know where the images came from? Was it the local news or?
well, no,
Yeah.
I guess I mean, they basically said there was something missing. Someone has, I guess, filed some kind of report. I don't know
Right.
which publisher it was. That's never been revealed, has it?
Mm,
Or which producer or
No,
we don't know who filed a complaint that
Nope.
things were missing.
Well, and I mean, here we have Robert Purdon, who's just like saying that, like, here he is wearing castle while committing the crime. Committing what crime? That image.
What's the crime?
Yeah, what's the crime? That image tells. It's like that. That is.
It's Gen Con. There's a million pictures of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
People pushing pallets around. I mean, that's not a.
You could have had there was a picture of me pushing a pallet stack around while I was getting all the last light.
Exactly.
I highly doubt that.
did
We
you-
know you got somebody else. Nice. Don't kid
What we were
I-
whereabouts
I
on
fucking hope that
7:45
I know
p.m.
I
on
us.
Wednesday night.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
just.
it was a
so,
game store.
I
Okay,
mean,
game
and
store.
now, did they do it? Maybe they did. Who knows? I mean, but I mean, the idea that it's just like, well, there's somebody told me that they want to ask these two, and so that means they're guilty. They're fucking guilty. Lock them up.
Lock
I'm
'em
just
up.
like, I would say that even if I didn't know them. I mean, it's just if that's the crazy thing. If it's that cut and dry, like they're like, here's the picture.
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
Here's
cut
the
and
stuff
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was stolen.
I could be wrong,
And here's
but
the two
dry.
people.
I suspect it's
If it
not.
was that cut and dry, they would be in the clink. There
It would already be. It would be wrapped up by now,
it would be wrapped up,
and there would be
So,
some information about it. It's been 2 weeks now, right?
Well, there might
Yeah.
it might be wrapped up. We just haven't had the report of it.
But arrest. But
well,
if you
there's
arrest
enough-
somebody,
I think-
it's public
That would-
record.
You know, I-
The moment
Dug
somebody's
into it.
The
arrested,
court of
it's-
public opinion has already ruled, has
Oh, yeah.
already handed down their verdict. You're absolutely right there.
Yeah.
And once that's been done, you really have to dig for any follow up, and
Yeah.
that
We lost him again.
Lost it again.
Bigfoot got him.
I thought he got back to his Wi-Fi. I thought he made it, so I was gonna be excited for him.
Oh,
He'll be back.
He'll
I
come
guess
back.
it was like, yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, I mean, I'm not like saying that they didn't do it, but I feel like it was.
But I'm certainly not saying they
judgment.
did. I mean, I am just going to wait and find out exactly what happened. I mean,
Yeah.
So yeah. For those of you who predicted that the Call of Duty Kickstarter would shut down, it looks like they're going to let it ride.
Oh,
Good for
okay.
them.
All
Good
right.
for them. Yeah, it's at
Just
like
sticking it out, huh?
173 or 178,000.
Well, maybe that's what they are shooting for.
Well, so what I was thinking about this, if
Call of Duty.
this was not only hey, this is our Kickstarter version of it, we're gonna show.
Yeah, they
There
might.
you are.
Sorry.
No, you're okay, Sam. So we've actually changed the way. So I mean, if you, I'll let you. I'll go back. What were you saying about the court of public opinion and the Castle of South Crew?
I was just saying, I think we're in a part of the whole process now where the court of opinion has adjourned, and they've already put their verdict out there based on the reporting that's been given.
Photograph.
Yeah, and now you're going to have to dig to find out what actually happened, unless you're actually watching the local news in Indianapolis or something like that.
Right.
I'm sure nothing will be.
Yeah.
Statement. Nothing will be
nothing's
stated.
going to be reported, especially if everybody was wrong.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
if
yeah.
If the missing pallet eventually turned up.
The best. Isn't
You'll
that the
never hear
best
an
where it's like
apology
you have all
or-
these
yeah.
people who are like, these people, they're garbage, blah blah blah. And as soon as it's like, oh well, moving on. You know, just like, you know, doesn't matter if you you know, just, I don't know. That's why it's just one of those things where it's like, just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I wasn't there, so I really don't, and I don't. Even the people that were there probably don't know much more about what's going on, other than the police who are actually investigating it. So you know, unless you're the police that are investigating it and you've been authorized to tell all, you're getting secondhand information anyway. So just let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. No, so I was mentioning that the Call of Duty Kickstarter was we had some of us had said they'll probably cancel and retool or whatever, but with 5 days left, it sounds like they're gonna grind it out and they're gonna power through. And I was thinking about this in my head. I said, what if they were if this was for Arcade Wonders and not, again, I don't know anything about what's going on behind the scenes of Arcade Wonders. And if I knew something but couldn't discuss it, I would say that. So I know absolutely zero of what's going on.
Yeah.
So my opinion is that maybe they're like gonna have like a super deluxe version that they will that they will sell they'll deliver to their backers, and then once that is done, they're going to be making like a less souped down version of it that will be like a more retail-ish copy that'll be at like a more digestible or palatable price point, so it can go in like a big box store. Like, you know, it's like, oh, you can play a Call of Duty, you know, head to head or 4-player shoot 'em up, you know, and on the store shelves in Target for $40 or something like that. So I was thinking that, like, maybe that was their whole, maybe that's why, you know, it's like, it's, who cares if this doesn't, you know, get $8 million jillion, you know, they're okay with it.
They do.
Well, no. I mean, if you had your druthers, you take the $8 million jillion, right? But I mean, yeah, you know.
Sam, you play more war games probably more than most of us in here. Do you think that head-to-head thing is a big seller to like non-war gamer people? You know, even with the IP.
I've only demoed the game. I demoed it at Origins, and I haven't. I've only read through the rule book. They did send me a copy, a prototype.
Yeah.
But I've only read through the rule book. I haven't actually played it again yet. Because last week we were out of town camping, so I just got back this week. And it came in like right before we went camping. So I haven't had a chance to actually get it to the table. Based on my demo of the game, I really had a hard time wrapping my head around the dice, and how
Okay.
how they work against each other and all of that kind of stuff, and moving the power of your weapon and all of this kind of stuff based on the card that you play. I had a hard time wrapping my head around that during the demo. And that's the only experience I've had with it so far. So based on my demo, there are other systems that I think do what it's trying to do better.
Right.
But I even hate kind of saying that because I don't want people to caption that and say, oh, not that I think that they would, but I don't want people to go, oh, he said it wasn't, blah, blah,
Right.
blah. So because
Well,
I
nobody
only have
listens to
demo
this,
experience
so
with
you
it.
don't worry to worry
Yeah,
about it.
there's only 6 people and they're in the chat. You're good. No, but what I mean is that I don't think that skirmish, that two head-on-head skirmish or team skirmish thing is a real big in a big category in the hobby to begin with. Other like war gamers are more in the actual shit war games and
Yep. Yeah, no, I really don't think it's for the wargamer community. I really don't think it's that. I think they were shooting for a game that feels like, or it tries to mimic the experience of playing a first-person shooter like Call of Duty online with other people, where there's hidden movement, you can't see where people are going, and they're going to pop around a corner, and nope, there they are. Crap, here we go. Blah blah blah. And I didn't dislike the experience. It was a very fun demo play of the game. I enjoyed myself. I think the guy that my buddy Jim was also had a fun time. He creamed me every single time. Every single time I respawned, basically. So we enjoyed it. I just had a really hard time. Every time the demoer was saying, okay, now do this and do this. And I was like, do what now? Because I was like, this goes here. And then this die goes against this group of dice, and this dice goes against this group of dice. And now you take your card and you add that in there. And I was just behind the curve, I think. So
Okay.
I have to analyze it a little bit more and actually sit down and play through it myself before I can really kind of level anything. But based on my demo experience of the game, I think it was a little bit more convoluted than it should have been. But that's just based on my demo experience, nothing else.
So you're full of shit. We'll take it with a grain of salt. Gotcha.
Ah,
There you go. Very succinct, my good man. Very succinct.
so any chance we see a BG Con, Sam?
BGG Con. I do not think I can make it to BGG Con. The next one I'm going to is Grand Con during Labor Day weekend, and then I've got PAX Unplugged on the docket. I'm going to go to PAX Unplugged again with.
I'll just shake my head slowly.
Here's the thing. If you're running a channel and trying to make a living off of it, I don't think BGGCon is really the right convention.
Oh.
I'm going to be perfectly honest, because BGGCon is about playing games.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you want to do a video about playing games, come to BGGCon. If you want to do a video about new game releases or new, getting game demos, go to PAX. Or getting jobs.
Yeah. Well,
Right,
that's no. That's the thing. I'm not. I would be going to a convention to make those kinds of community related connections more than I would, making company connections. So BGGCon is the kind of convention that I would want to go to. You are in Texas, for crying out loud. That's my home state. So it just gives me another reason to go to Texas.
Where'd you grow? Where in Texas?
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Got it.
Deep in the heart.
Coming together now.
Yep. Yeah.
No, accent.
No, not my wife will tell you
Texan accent.
that I don't have an accent unless I'm talking to my family in Texas.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an accent. Well, to me, I'm an East Coaster. Yeah.
But So it's not that I don't want to. I'm just trying to be picky about the conventions that I go to right now. I don't want to. Any of the conventions, my son plays football, so any of the conventions that happen in the fall I have to be stupid picky about because he has games almost every weekend. The only reason I'm able to get away Labor Day weekend is because we take a break Labor Day weekend. So he doesn't have a football game that week, but that's the only reason that one worked. And then by the time PAX Unplugged runs around, his football season's already over with. So
Do you ever make it back to Dice Tower stuff?
Yeah.
Dice
Yeah,
Tower Con?
I actually went to Dice Tower West this year already. And I was actually with Monster Fight Club when I went to that one. I was actually demoed Combat Zone to a bunch of people while I was there, just kind of pick up games. But yeah, they have, Tim has me come in for Dice Tower West, and then I'm going to be on the Dice Tower cruise as well in January. So
Cool.
they
As like a special guest, or
yeah,
or you just go
yeah,
on okay.
yeah, no, they're bringing me in as a special guest. They helped me out with they comped a room to me. So we had to get one room. I'm bringing the whole family, so we had to get 2 rooms, but they comped one of them to us. So that was very generous of them.
Cool.
Cut our price in half basically. But yeah, it'll be a special guest type thing. I don't know what they're going to have me do, but
Well, you got to get up on stage and
yeah,
Dance, monkey dance.
I
I was actually thinking about them guys. I went to a Guns N' Roses concert up in Hershey, and I had to pass by Shady Maple to get up there. I was actually thinking about that the other day, going up there. That smorgasbord up there in PA.
Guns N' Roses concert, huh?
Yeah, they were playing up there at Hershey. I've never been in that park though.
Yeah, concert tickets are freaking expensive anymore, man.
They are. They are.
I looked Metallica's coming to Seattle on their new what is it, M72 tour or whatever it's called. They've got actually 2 nights with 3 different opening acts each night. No, that's fine. And tickets were like super expensive. Sorry.
No, you're fine, brother.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, my wife was talking to me in the middle of my sentence. So, but I mean, tickets were like $500 a person.
Wow.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And then I heard somebody, one of the people that were on our live Q&A the other day said that a Taylor Swift, freaking Taylor Swift is $1,000 tickets, man.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Scott. The prices of concert tickets are ridiculous.
Well, no wonder she gave everybody $100,000 bonus.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's only 100 tickets.
Right?
I mean, and she sold out stadiums, which was 70, 80,000 people, right? I mean,
Right?
that's some big time money. Big deal. Wow.
I saw somebody was selling the rainwater that fell at a Taylor Swift concert on eBay or something like that.
The rainwater. Oh my God.
It's like freaking rainwater that fell during the concert. I'm like, why is that even a thing?
Did it
That
fall
makes sense.
on her or just it fell from the sky?
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea.
Yeah, it is weird.
But you know, it is what it is. I think we're gonna go back inside, so I'm gonna head on out of here, fellas.
All right, so,
Well, it's awesome to talk to you, Sam.
yeah,
I
good luck with-
appreciate the time.
Yeah.
It was
Good luck
cool
with the
talking
channel.
to you.
I'll check out your channel.
and the
I
store.
appreciate it. Thank you. I really do. We're, you know, it's it's just stuff I like to do, man. We're
Can't
doing.
take the-
you know,
Can't take the fight out of the dog. Is that the term?
That's-
I don't know what that means.
that's right.
Is that what I don't know if
Actually,
that's the phrase.
it's more you can take the boy out of Texas, but you can't take Texas out of the boy. That's the real saying. But
Okay.
yes.
Right. Cool.
But yep, that's about it. But I appreciate the time, man. It was good talking to you guys.
No,
Hey, man.
anytime, any Wednesday night, you know you're welcome. So
All right.
I'll float the invite out anytime you want. And yeah, if you ever need to talk about anything, you know I'm here.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'll get that email to you and Shane a little bit later on.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
Shit.
See you, man.
Bye bye.
Bye. See you on the flip side.
Ah,
Missed him.
Oh. Missed it.
Oh, that's
that
nice
was
to
that
talk to
old.
him.
That was that old
Yeah.
cartoon.
What? Oh,
See on the flip side or whatever. That was like when they went from the they went from the world of like real life into like into the cartoons or something like that. I forget how it worked. I don't know. It's an old cartoon. Kabuki Kid knows what it is, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
Well, he should.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Matt, what's new with you, man? You were pretty quiet there.
What's
You
going on,
didn't
dude?
say much. Yeah, what's going on?
Not much. I'm writing an apology letter.
Oh.
Oh, well,
Hopefully
you don't have to.
nothing-
You can say it to me in person
Too
right
bad.
now.
No.
apology accepted.
Yeah.
The
How could you need to be making an apology letter?
I want to hear what you're
um,
apologizing for first, but then we'll accept it.
No, it was kind of like the last group of the speed daters at the social got kind of shafted. They only got to meet with one person before it got shut down. So
Well, that wasn't your fault.
no, well, it kind of
I understand the
I mean,
sentiment.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure.
as far as I mean, it was the inaugural event on our inaugural year, and it went well. It went really
Right.
well. I'm
But
super
you had
happy.
bugs. Yeah, of course.
But as first years go, nothing ever goes off without a hitch, even 50 years and 10 years, right? Like there's always stuff that goes on at BGG Con that like shit, we should have done this better, right? Right?
No, PGG Con's perfect.
Yes, of course.
Anyways, I've
Yeah.
thrown enough events to know that
Yeah.
it never goes off without a hitch. But anyways, this was something that I mean, there was a lot of question marks. Now that we know the venue, if we're gonna have it there again, we'll know
What to
Right.
do.
we'll know how to plug these holes.
Yeah.
It's just it was shitty that a couple of people were a little, quite upset
Overlooked.
about it, and then that kind of that really
Can you
gets
give
me.
refunds?
I mean, I'd be happy to.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if you're allowed to as a Gen Con event, right? Because
It's not. It was a completely separate
it's
event.
not okay.
No.
Oh,
I mean, I'd be if they wanted their $20 back, I'd be happy to.
yeah.
Oh, it was only $20.
Yeah.
Come on, you get free drinks. They probably got enough drinks to cover the 20. I mean, geez.
And it was 20 American.
cost
I don't.
per
I mean,
head-
here's the thing. You can obviously make the apology, which I 100% say, but
Yeah. I'm gonna
Don't-
put the
I don't
Yeah.
think the refund is necessary.
No, I mean, if somebody was really upset and they wanted
Oh
a
yeah,
refund,
if they were like, oh my god, I want my $20.
Sure.
But yeah, sure, give them their $20.
sure. But I
It's not
mean,
worth it. It's not worth
for
it to me.
the attendees, we wanted it to be. I mean, the $20. Honestly, the $20 was meant to be a nuisance fee, so
A
that
barrier. Yeah.
they would commit to
Deterrent.
coming.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if you just made it free, they would just be like, "Oh, I'm not going to go to that thing."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, we're really happy with the way it went. Totally, very happy. However, as we expected, there are notes, and we just
Yeah.
But
Go from there.
yeah. I bought some. Oh, Barry, this is a person I can talk to. I bought
Maybe.
some router bits
Oh yeah.
because the
They are right.
garden benches we have in front of the shop, one of the slats busted.
Okay.
So I bought a 4-foot by 3.5 inch by 1 inch slat of oak that I'm just gonna round all four things. I don't have a bench though, so I'm gonna have to like I have clamps, so I'm gonna clamp it to my fence or something so I can just run it up.
Matt, to be honest with you, the router is one of the tools that scare me the most. Be careful. But yeah, just go with the.
Oh, I'm holding the router. I won't be pushing the.
Yes,
I'm not.
The handheld routers. I prefer a table router than a handheld.
Yeah.
It's one of the ones that make me weary, especially the little palm ones. Because
This is like a double handled guy.
Yeah, even there's more torque and it's just.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah, with that, yeah, as long as you're going with the grain, you should be fine.
Yeah.
If you have to, you could like force wedge it because sometimes them clamps will get it in the way at the ends. You know, you could like wedge it in between a board and a clamp.
Well, I'm happy just to do half the board.
Yeah.
Unclamp it, turn it around, do the other half of the board.
Just remember on the ends, they call it bump start is where you gently.
Yeah.
So you don't chip it. You know. Yeah, I think you'll be all right though. Just go slow. Don't rush yourself.
So like we were doing. I was making like many years ago. There was a guy down the street, and he's got quite the beautiful shop in his. And he has this metal table saw table, or that it was his dad's.
Oh, right.
It's beautiful, eh? And this guy is my age, so he'd say his dad is probably like 60 or 70 years old.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And so I'm using his router, which has like a little thing to before you put it down, you can flick a little switch and it retracts the housing so that it does. You can put it actually down flat.
Right.
I forgot to do that before I put it down.
Oh yeah.
And I gouged his metal table, his dad's metal table.
Ooh.
It'll buff out.
Yeah, it'll buff out.
Yeah.
You can sand it out.
I felt like such a
6 hours and buffing. It'll be fine.
Oh, it was a gouge. It was a good fucking chunk.
But it's a metal table.
It's a table saw. They're meant for beating up.
Yeah.
But just be careful, man. Like I said, the handheld routers, I'd prefer table saw over that any day.
Yeah. Honestly, I might even just call a friend of mine up and say, "You have a router on your you have a table router, don't you?"
What are you making?
I just got to round the corner, the edges of a slat to fix one of those, wrought iron garden benches.
I get a couple test pieces. Oh, it could be finicky. Like if you go too slow, it'll burn it.
I got fast, 2 pieces. They're $16 each. I'm not buying anymore.
Yeah, I just like a little piece, just like to run it a couple inches to feel for it. How fast you got to run it by it.
If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna take the bench and remove it completely.
Nah, you should be fine. A router will cut the road, but you might have to sand some of the burn marks out if you go too slow. It's no big deal.
So.
But like I said, just take your time with that. Them routers, like I said, that's just me personally. I got issues with my hands, but
gotcha.
All the tools I used, that and the lathe, were the 2 scariest to me.
Cool.
What was the name of that show about the woodworking?
Bob Vila?
Yeah,
This Old House.
And that's been
this old house.
The segment brought to you by This Old House. This segment on the.
Oh, I'd rather that'd be okay if after I finished, it's this segment brought to you by Jackass. That's
we don't want that.
I'll end up at the ED.
How are you going to finish it, Matt?
I wasn't.
Teak oil? Oh, you're not. Is it indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
I'd put something in.
I know I got to put something. I'm just tomorrow. I'm not going to finish. I'll probably finish it in situ at the fucking place.
Yeah. No, I just meant in general. Not.
Yeah, I'll probably just stain it.
Okay.
So, I played some games this weekend.
What'd you play?
Played a few games actually. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring up my log because I've already forgotten.
Oh, they were so memorable.
I remember them.
I've actually played a couple of this week too.
Just want to make sure. So the first one we played was I already talked about Arceus. V Sabotage, which I talked about with Sam. It's that It's a World War II themed, basically like it's not hidden movement, but you're trying to stay hidden, like stealth game. Like the system's trying to find you and destroy you or kill you, defeat
So
you.
it's
But
you
it's World War
against the
II.
game.
Yeah, the game is called V Sabotage.
No, I mean it's the players against the game.
The players against the game. Yeah, you don't.
Okay.
There's not a game master. It's just the game system just tries to hunt you down and,
Okay.
and kill you, and it's pretty cool. I liked it. I don't know if I necessarily need to play any more of it. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those games. Like I got my fill. I get it. I played it. I don't think it has any surprises because it was just
Right.
it's a system, right? You learn all the rules and you're done, and it's ready. You see everything up front.
Right.
And you kind of have to adapt to there's a deck of cards that randomizes sort of some stuff that can be interesting. That's the interesting part. Like the game system itself, it just, these guys move this way. This guy's, these guys go that way. These, if they run into your room and they find you, they shoot you. It's like that kind of game. And you're basically trying to get through the map, and you can kill them. I mean, it's all World War II shit. So you're either killing them silently or you're shooting them. You might set off an alarm, which brings more soldiers on the map, and then but it's cool. I kind of want to try the Assassin's Creed game now just to see if it's any evolved in any way, but I thought it was fun. Then we played do you guys remember Forgotten Depths? DEPTHS Depths. You remember that as a Kickstarter? The artwork is amazing, and it's a neat little dungeon crawl, but it's not great. It's just we went through it. We played the first level of a dungeon. It has some interesting things, but it didn't grab me in any way. The box is ginormous. It's like literally like, it's long and deep, and it's like there's this much stuff in the box, which is like, why did they make this gigantic box?
Yeah.
Anyway, but it was neat. But I'm not going to play it again. The one I might play again, I'm going to play again, is Salvation Road. Do you guys know? Do you know this one?
Yeah.
I remember that. It's an older game.
Yeah, it's an older game. It came out in
How'd you like that one, Scott?
2016. I really liked it. It's basically kind of the theme of it is post-apocalyptic survival.
Mhm.
And you're going out and getting stuff, and it's got that Dead of Winter kind of thing where you're going out to locations and searching things.
Right.
And stuff happens at those locations, and you get attacked by bikers. There's no zombies in this game. It's a non-zombie apocalypse. It's just it's mostly bikers, marauders. And the cool part about it is you have one hero character and one survivor character, and the hero has a special ability and the survivor has a deficiency. So you have to kind of like, and you have to move them both each turn.
Right.
And they both, and you have you get like 2 actions. It's real limited actions. The turns were like super fast, really cool. I saw it. I think I kickstarted it. I'm not sure how I got it. And I was like, I want to play this because we had talked about it, because we looked at the back of the box and I'm like, okay, this sounds cool. And it is cool. And it's ranked 6,248, which I would say is not, I think it's I think it should be a higher ranked game than that, because I had a really good time with it.
Didn't that come out?
It's a cooperative game. I know it's not, but I felt it was a very good implementation of a co-op. Now you can lose by a little, and you lose, like if you're off by one thing, you're collecting supplies on this run to Salvation across Salvation Road to the final destination. And if you're off by like one piece, you lose. Now that we're playing the most hard levels, or call it regular level.
Right.
But it's a challenging game. Like you have to build, and you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what you need for the road. So you have this whole thing where you're sort of scouting ahead on the road to see what you need. So you have to do actions to scout or do actions to survive, collect goods, or just like, and the game is incessant. It's like constantly hitting you with bad stuff. So that was my game of the day. And then we played a game called The Brain, which I ordered from Europe, which is kind of a neat little co-op about playing cards. You have to play all the cards out and not turn over a certain number. So, and it's one of those non-communication co-op games where you play, combos to do things, and you have to sort of, The Brain, it's called, so you kind of to, hopefully everybody sees sort of the same combos. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say, "Oh, do that." You just play it, and hopefully they do that. You know,
Right.
that kind of thing. So there you go. Game day. There's a lot of games.
Did you play anything, Matthew? That's a negative.
The last game I played was half a game of Sushi Boat at Gen Con. That was
Sushi?
Sushi
all
what?
Sushi Boat
Oh, Sushi Boat. Yeah.
with
Oh, the new
Michael
Sushi
and
Go thing?
Christina.
How was that? The half
It
a
was
game.
fun.
They like that game. They played
Did
it a
they?
few times, I think.
Yeah,
since
she texted me a picture of them eating sushi before they played Sushi Boat.
right.
That was the only game I played during Gen Con was one
Oh.
half a game of Sushi Boat.
I played
Yep.
Me and Jen played.
Did you make it to the
Soro
hot
of the
game
Sea.
Saturday, Sunday afternoon when they almost kicked me
you're
out.
the last minute.
For the
Okay.
half game.
For the half game, pack up game.
Get
Yeah.
out. Don't want to go home, but you can't stay here.
Pretty much.
Get out of here.
Me and Jen played Soro of the Sea. I haven't played that in a while.
Zero. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Zero the Seas.
Seas, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Does that change anything or is it mostly the same?
I never played the original, so I don't know. I've only played Soro of the Seas.
You turn over a tile and you move. Like that's
Yeah,
it.
and this
if you
has
knock somebody off, you knock them out. You know, you knock them off.
okay, so there's a little. This has kaiju monsters. I forget what they call them, but I call them kaiju,
Kaiju
monsters.
monsters.
And they come out and they
Godzilla.
spin different ways, and you have to have like a minimum of 3 on the
Dragons.
board, and they could eat you and tiles and push you off. So I guess it is a little more complex than the original.
Okay. I like that
Um,
game. That was fun. I mean, it's over in 5 minutes. How can it be bad?
Well, with
Like,
Jen, there's a little.
It's not going to
longer.
outstay its welcome.
And then we played the Carcassonne, the co-op.
The Mists of
Yeah.
Carcassonne.
It's a Carcassonne. Yeah.
Which is there's so many games now. It's hard to make any dent in anything. Like what
Yeah.
is
Well, not unless you
I mean-
make Last Light.
Yeah.
okay.
Then
But
we
you sold them
played-
already, right? I mean, I guess here's the thing. The question is, it's a good game, no question. But beyond that, will it stand the test of time?
Hell yeah.
That's the question.
Last Light or Carcassonne.
Okay. Maybe.
Why do you gotta be such a naysayer?
After you pissed
I
over
said
his
nothing
sleeve
negative.
Cheerios.
I didn't say anything negative.
Well,
You inferred negativity from my statement.
judging.
Yeah.
You're over here
I'm just saying it's
casting
hard to be
aspersions.
it's hard to hit that top tier, right, of games now. These
Yeah, it
days.
is.
There's
It
so
is.
much good games.
Very
out there.
hard.
No, there's a lot of good games. There's not a lot of great games.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's hard to get the top tier because it's hard to stand above
Yeah.
the rest.
I think, in my opinion,
Like
it has,
3,000
it
print
has-
run, that might be it. Done.
in my opinion, it has way more to do with there's way too many games that are just
Kick
exist.
started?
No, they
Kick
just
started?
exist, and that's it. You know, I mean, it's just there's nothing much to them other than that, other than just
Yeah.
existing. And you know, I mean, they never really. It's tough. It's tough to make your game stand out. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have amazing artwork, amazing gameplay, amazing some luck,
Yeah.
and amazing accessibility.
The
Just
timing
four-
is
just four
important.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and add that too. I mean, get hit at the right time where nothing's else competing with you. You can get a saturation. You get that roll the wave. Perfect. Done. Perfect storm.
Perfect.
There you go. All these guide to making a good game.
All these guys.
Just do those 4 things or 5 things. It's no big deal.
No big deal.
NBD.
You'll be tens of millions of errors.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
why?
mean,
I
easy.
mean, everybody should do it. It's so simple.
Everybody
I mean,
is.
everybody
That's why
is
there's so
doing
many
it. I mean,
games.
Well, everybody should be making the great game, right?
Yeah,
Everybody's game.
don't put out a party game when the pandemic hits.
Yeah. It's true.
Don't get involved in a land war in Asia.
I'd advise against that.
What's that from? I know that's something
Mhm.
quoted before.
There's You made the second biggest mistake. The first biggest mistake is don't get involved in a land war in Asia.
What's
the
that?
second biggest mistake, but not nearly as well known, is never get involved in a game of death with the Sicilian for the Princess Bride. No, it's never get involved in a game with the Sicilian when death is on the line.
Right.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know why. This is totally non sequitur, but so when we were watching Oppenheimer, there was like a million previews. A million. I mean, it was on and on and on. I was like, oh my God. So the last preview before the movie started was the new Exorcist.
Oh, really?
Holy shit. It scared the crap out of us. It was so wacky and scary. I was like, oh my God, what a way to start this movie.
Yeah.
And the theater just sort of like, like it just sort of gasped at the end of it. We're like, what was that? Because it's so intense. Anyway, sorry for the sidetrack.
No, you're fine.
You're fine. What previews?
I don't know why it popped in my head. Say what?
Was there any previews of memory other than The Exorcist scaring the hell out of you?
No.
Okay. Like when we went to see Barbie, there was 2.
I can't remember. I mean, I think there was one with the guy from Billions. What's his name? Sideways guy.
Damian Lewis.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Paul Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti. There's a
guy.
Paul Giamatti and a kid in college, and that's looked interestingly funny, but I won't see it in the theater. It's not worth seeing in the theater. But it looked kind of, it's an Alexander Payne movie. That was the only memorable theater. Yeah, it was Alexander Payne who made Sideways. So it's the next of his. I don't know if it's next of his movies, but it's one of his movies.
If you liked Sideways, there's another wine movie called Bottle Shock that's also quite good.
I thought it was all right.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Me and Jen watched. It was called.
That was that's got what's his name in it?
Snape. Bill Pullman, Chris Pine, and
that guy.
And what's Snape's name?
Snape.
Oh,
Alan Rickman.
Alan
Rickman.
Yeah. Rip. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an okay movie. When I was into wine, I thought I liked it, but now I don't care.
You're not the one. Yeah.
But Sideways, I liked a lot.
Me and Jen watched Painted today. It was Wilson or Owen Wilson. It was like a comedy loosely based on not Bob Vila, Bob the guy who painted on PBS, Ross.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. It was like a loosely based on a comedy on him. It was okay.
Lost Matt.
He said he'd be back.
Oh, okay.
He'd be back. I got a question for you. Say, all right, Jen got a new motion detector out with the light and the camera and all that nonsense. All right, so I was up on the ladder.
That's going around.
Yeah.
I wonder why Sam was. I actually wanted to ask Sam why he needs so many cameras.
I didn't want to get that deep into it, Scott. yeah. But the neighbor across the street see me on the ladder, take it going out. And he comes over and he's like, "Can I help?" I think I got it. Yeah, so I'm trying the new one. There was a bar that came across and this screwed into the bar. So I'm screwing the bar into the box that it comes into before I wire it all up so I could get the box, the light to sit in. But the screws are too long for the box on my house. I ran it down, I bottomed them out. So he's like, "Let me get up there." I'm like, "I just need new screws. Let me go see if I can find screws." He's like, "No, I'll get it. And I turn to him, I'm like, "So you're telling me a cop who sits in his car and eats donuts all day will tell you a guy who was at one time a contractor and then a glorified electrician how to do a job?" Yeah. He's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Go get some more fucking donuts." Would you do that to somebody? I mean,
Does he know who you are?
Yes, I don't work in
Okay.
his house.
I don't know. Just trying to make conversation, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just making conversation, man.
Yeah. It's like, what the?
What's the biggie idea, man?
I just thought it was humorous. It would be like me telling you how to run a website, Scott. I mean,
Sure, but yeah, everybody's
Yeah,
got their
like, you know what
opinions
you're
about
doing.
stuff.
Fly by night.
yeah.
I remember when you had your little competitors for a while there. People that tried to do their version of a
Competitors?
Scott, they still do. What are you
Oh, they're
talking
talking about
about?
electricians.
no, other people that ran board game sites that tried to they tried to make a board game site to rival yours and whatever.
It ain't that easy, is it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure maybe they're still. I mean, there's
crush them
there's still
underneath your
websites still around.
heel.
Not crushed anybody.
Okay.
Squashed them under his little thumb.
I've-
Scott,
I've-
what would the elevator pitch be for BBG if like somebody off the street ran
The world's definitive guide to board gaming. I don't know what
Yeah, I was thinking like
the definitive resource for board gaming. That's
yeah,
all.
Okay,
Small.
I was like database. I didn't know how
No,
to
it's a
describe
definitive
it.
the definitive
Definitive
resource.
resource?
I wrote that 23 years ago.
Did you?
Or, no, I think I wrote it in 2005.
Okay.
I think didn't I share with you all my I mean, I haven't looked at it in a while. The goals, the mission statement of BGG.
No, I don't think you have, Scott.
Did I share that with you guys?
To rule the
Well,
world.
I'm not going to do it.
You're
If
not
I've
going
not
to
said it, I'm not going to say it. Rule the world is not part of it.
rule the
Crush
world.
those underneath.
Rule the board gaming world.
You know what's funny though? People are still calling Twitter Twitter. Even though
Yeah,
there's
they
no word,
always will.
the word of Twitter is nowhere to be found. But here's the thing: I think over time it'll be lost
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
over time.
Scott, we've been to Florida dozen fucking times, and I still call Hollywood Studios MGM in Disney World. Yeah, it'll just be there until the people die off. Yeah.
I just found my vision. I wrote it. I edited in 2021, so it's been a while, but I wrote it a while ago. But the number
2021?
one statement is the definitive source for board game information and news.
I think you.
I guess there's more to it now. I think if I had to rewrite it, I would probably come up with a little more thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I played a fair amount of Sea Salt and Sand on BGA. That game's fun. Sea Salt and Sand. Oh no, Sea Salt and Paper. Sorry.
What sets
It's a
it
terrible
apart?
name because I can't remember the third word. What's that?
What sets it apart?
It's the card game that what sets it apart. I don't know. You know what? There's a move in the game that when you knock, like you've got 7 points, you call it like say, oh, I don't know if it's not called knocking, but it's basically like you say stop or you say bet or you say last chance. So you're betting that you have more points than even if you give everybody else another turn, you still have more points with them. They will get almost no points and you get a lot of extra points. That's kind of fun. It's called last chance.
Okay.
That's one aspect of the game. Or you can just say stop and get the points.
Right.
And everybody gets their points. And then the first to 40 wins. That's it. It's a neat little game. It's Bruno Feduti. And you're basically, it's like a little set collector. And you're either collecting things of a kind or colors. And there's combos and actions and like little special powers and things like that. And it's really just a fun little quick game.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. I haven't actually seen it played yet, but it just seems like one of them that'll pass in the wind to me.
No, it's Bruno Catala and Teo Rivera. But yeah,
I do like Catala.
And the artwork is all origami. And it's a sea theme. It's like
What's the name of the game?
like Sea Salt and Paper. SEA. C.
Oh, that's a small box game, right?
It's very tiny.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I think I saw it on the press room.
it's like a double deck. It's 100 cards or something like that.
It's
I do
good.
like Cathala.
Yeah. I liked it. I mean, I've only been playing on BGA. I haven't played in real life, but
Right.
IRL is not. I'm sure it will be fine, but it's quick and I can finish a game in like under 10 minutes
Right.
if the person on the other end is pushing the button quick enough. Like I always set to the jackrabbit speed or whatever the fast
Fastest.
speed so that the
Yeah.
turns go.
So, hey, Forrest, you're here. I wanted to pick your brain for a second. Have you did you do a video about the Call of Duty? Did you do it?
I just did it today, actually. I thought they pulled it. It was so far down on the popularity chart, I hadn't seen it in a while, but it was like 87th, and it wasn't great. I gave it a D. Like especially when I
you gave it a D.
Like
Okay,
when
well,
there's no solo and co-op like announced from the beginning, and like gameplay videos and like they just added stuff, and apparently it was very bare bones at the beginning, and it didn't really spotlight what seemed to be like the best aspects of the game in the video. It like tried to stay too much in the middle instead of either going straight for the video game fans or straight for the board game fans. I don't know. I imagine if you went through all the comment section, you'd probably hear a lot, because I went through a little bit of it and there was a lot. People were definitely sharing their opinions.
so you're a fan then?
I like the game. I played the game. Yeah, I played it at Origins. I thought it was good. And like, I played the bare bones version of the game, like just the core game, and it was fun. And I like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Did it feel like Call of Duty? Like,
No.
I mean, was there a capture the flag or was there a like just kill each other or what?
Well,
Deathmatch?
we did the death match, but I'm pretty
Okay.
sure there was a whole bunch more that was planned with it, because it ended up being like 6 boxes with different characters and whatnot. So you could have your different classes, not newer Call of Duty, but like
that's
older
classy.
Call of Duty, like where you would just be running around a map and killing each other and get like 30 kills. That kind of Call of Duty, it did kind of give me that vibe. Like I really enjoyed the game. I want to see it do really good.
I mean, you weren't here, but I theorized that maybe this is one of those things where they make the really nice one, and then after that's done, they have the ability to make like a lowered down retail version that they could market in like big box stores and stuff like that.
Well, they do. They have the $49 one. I mean, I think that's Target reasonable, you know. And would you be that shocked to see Call of Duty at Target for $36, you know, on Black Friday clearance or some crap like that?
No.
Because I think that $49 price point, that's totally reasonable. Call of Duty's big enough.
Who?
Yeah, I just, it's a weird one, right?
Who makes a Call of Duty the video game?
Activision.
Activision. Is it?
I mean, it's studios.
You might have heard of them.
Well, it's
Yeah,
studios inside of Activision. There's it's a couple of them.
I was wondering if this is their testing that a board game ends or not. I couldn't remember who owns which IP
Well,
anymore.
There's the Modern Warfare, and then there's the
original one. World War II one.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Modern Warfare, Black Ops, and a Warzone, and Vanguard. I think that's it. Yeah, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty Warzone, Vanguard, and that's it.
That's it.
At least the video games. There's a mobile game and something else. But they're different studios. Like Modern Warfare 2 is made by a different studio than the Black Ops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think because they eventually had like 2 studios similar to it.
It's Treyarch and Infinity Ward, I think. Yeah, something like that.
That sounds right.
Actually,
I
there's
used
way
to be
more
big in
studios.
those.
There's a bunch of studios involved in this, so it's like multi-studio.
If that's who I thought it was originally.
Oh, I got a new game. It's a lot of
did
fun.
you?
Well, it's
Lay
not
it
a lot.
on us.
It is
Lean on us.
called,
We talk about games sometimes.
Sometimes.
I thought it
Try
stretched
to.
a little bit towards the end of the game, but I really did enjoy this one. It's called
It felt
Deadlines from Foxvine Games. It is for 1 to 10 players, kind of party game-ish in some aspects. We played it 3 players, and I played it solo. And it
Deadlines.
yeah, deadlines. So it's like timelines, but you have 3 separate categories that you can do. So it'll have a celebrity, and I'm gonna grab a card, and the celebrity will I can't reach it.
Oh, this came out in 2020.
There we go. So the cards look like this. So it has the date of birth, lifespan, and then the date of death.
Yeah.
So you have 3 of these people up top with their
Anthony Bourdain. Okay.
Okay.
and then you get to pick from the 3 people in top, and then you try and organize them based on 3 categories. So there's essentially
Oh, I see.
3 cards, card here, card here, card here, and you have. So it's not just like
Are they in
timelines where it's
sets
by
of,
year.
there's sets of 3?
Yeah, well, there's 3 cards up there. You pick one, and then it's a really simple scoring mechanism where if you get it right, it goes into the grid. And like timelines, the cards just it gets harder and harder to put cards in when there's 10 cards in there.
Right.
And then, yeah, it stretched a little bit towards the end, but I think there's a variant that I think would be cool with larger player counts where it's player elimination. So essentially, when you get 3 wrong, you're out. But there's also one cool mechanism where some of the cards have famous people. A lot, they're all famous people, but you can say how they died. If you know how they died, it's like a bonus point you can do. It's a high risk, high reward thing. It's pretty cool.
Give
I'm
it a try.
gonna shoot a gameplay video of it. I like it a lot.
I mean, it sounds like a very macabre game.
For sure.
Well, I mean,
Especially like Anthony Bourdain. I mean, that's
People die, Lance. I mean,
well, it has like JFK. It has all sorts of famous people.
I'll be right back, guys.
okay.
Well, it's it's fine then, right?
Do you feel that bad for Napoleon? I mean,
Do I
I think
feel
if you like
bad?
timelines, I think you might like it. I'll say that. If you like timelines, I think this might be one you want to try out.
you should enjoy timeline. Maybe we'll look at it.
Because it gets you to like think interesting questions. Like you're like, oh, so Sylvester Stallone. Well, he hasn't died yet, but let's say it's
No.
in Coolio. So it's like
Coolio is that?
like Coolio would be one of them. Or there's I think there's 184 cards, all celebrities. Yeah, it's one to try out.
Well, I will. I don't know.
You want to hear
It's-
something wild?
Yeah, no, I'll refrain from comment. No, I mean, other than that, I mean, do you have any? We've kind of covered a few things here tonight. I'm waiting for Aldi to come back. We can play initials, but did you have any more insight? Do you think on the great Gen Con caper?
I mean, they're idiots. I imagine it was just like a bang bang play where they're like, "Holy crap, that's so much money. We can steal that. We can get out of here right now." Like, because you have to be so stupid, like to not have a mask. Like you could have easily worn a mask. They could have worn masks. They could have worn nondescript shirts, and this would be a whole different ballgame. Because there were some people at Gen Con wearing masks. So if you were wearing masks, it wouldn't have made. Yeah, it was such an interesting.
So you're
They were dumb. They're dumb. I mean, what else?
You're
They're
passing judgment as well.
guilty.
They're guilty.
Well, isn't there video survey? Like, didn't they have the video evidence of it? Like,
Well,
from
no,
the
they just all the video is just pictures of them with boxes walking. It doesn't mean that they stole it at all.
well, no, I was under the impression. Yeah, no. Everything I said is if in fact they're found guilty. No, I'm not. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I just thought they're like, they just stole stuff. And they were so like, I can't believe. I imagine it was not a thought out crime. That's what I'm saying. Just a hey, we can get this right now. Let's do this.
I guess that's the only way I could I could believe that It was like a total crime of opportunity. We're idiots. Let's grab this and go. Nobody's gonna say anything. That's
Yeah.
the only thing that I could. But until they're arrested, I won't believe it. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't do it. I'm not saying they did do it.
Yeah,
Then you,
Well, we got enough for initials now.
Wait, Lance, can
there's Maddie.
can I celebrate real quick?
What do
Yeah,
you celebrate? Just get that first.
I think I mentioned this last week. I shot a YouTube short about Zepp's advanced bathroom sink drain cleaner.
Yep.
And it has gotten 202,000 views. It is my biggest video ever
how much
now.
money on that one?
17 bucks. It's
That's
paid for the drain cleaner.
$17.
216 subscribers.
Dude.
35,000 people have watched in the last 48 hours. And now I need to start my goal is to start reviewing some home appliance or home cleaner every day now.
It's awesome.
All right, I gotta watch this now.
Sounds like a plan.
Forrest.
Wait,
I gotta ride
Wait,
this
love it.
lightning.
he's gonna claim you if you show any of it.
No, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
put on
watch-
screen. Put on screen.
No,
No,
I'm
I'm not gonna
not.
claim
I'm
it.
not having him claim me. No way.
I'm not gonna
bullshit.
claim it.
Oh, you're getting monetized.
He's not gonna
buddy.
claim. He's not gonna claim you.
I'm not gonna claim.
No, he's not gonna claim.
You say
Where
that
is this?
now.
What, you said it was a short?
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
Until
Okay,
you
'cause
see.
I see your most recent are Miranda Chinese drink review, a punch of fruit, Chinese peach Oreo review. They smell better than they taste. How to play if you were a party game. Barney Lake 1 hour review, a Texas adventure like no other. Gutter Getter review, cheap way to make your life something. My favorite Olympus rat spot and Apex Legends. This is not your most recent one, dude.
No. I'm saying this one's 30 days. It's been up 30 days.
So you got $17 last month, Scott, or Lance. Why don't you pay
On your
attention
way,
to what
man.
he
You're on your
says?
way.
But
I thought he
216
said one of the
subscribers.
most. I thought he said one of the most recent is what he said. So hold on.
Well, it's a month. It's only a month old.
All right. One of the most recent.
Yeah.
Things. I go.
Oh,
It's the first. So there's how the short shelf works is a lot of YouTube shorts don't get any views at all, like next to none, because they don't get on the short shelf is what it's called.
annoying.
I skip all that, by the way.
Yeah, they're a pain in the balls.
I'm not a target. I try to every time I see a short, I just delete it or thumbs
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Or oh wait, thumbs down's gone.
I think it's the
Got it.
youngins, man. I think it's the
Yeah,
youngins.
must be.
whatever.
Whole new audience though. Whole new
Yeah.
audience. Love my
Dude,
love
they're
board
on
games.
TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't understand
TikTok
why
is
you won't
YouTube
just do
Shorts.
TikTok. It's not the same. It's not even close.
Not yet.
Not even.
Not yet. Okay.
If
You gotta
people
put
keep
that
putting
drain
out,
cleaner stuff on TikTok, man.
no way.
Man, what are you on, Forrest? 'Cause
No, I'm just tired.
Guarantee you would get more interaction on TikTok.
YouTube. Yeah, I don't think YouTube's for the TikTok crowd to begin with. Yeah.
I wish there was a way I could easily just drag them all over there. Wonder if there is.
Drag them all over where?
I have a TikTok. I just don't
So
post
all
on
I
it
want
anymore.
to say, is that if you need a better snake for this is what you need. if you try
Are
to
you
snake,
gonna share? Are you gonna play it?
I just watched the whole thing.
Come on,
Hey,
like
Wait, what?
so what are we doing? Chop
But
liver?
he suckered you into watching it.
No, I watched it. I
Well,
just
just-
give my guy.
Hey, I wanted
Give
to.
us some
It's something
content to
I'm
watch,
celebrating
Lance.
right now. It's my biggest video ever. That's
Give us
that's
something
cool
to
for me.
watch, Lance.
Yeah.
Show
It's on
it.
somebody's Cheerios. All the sleeves. Forrest
nothing
Green's
amazing.
Video, man.
I'm gonna turn in soon.
All right, well let's
Turn it into a pumpkin?
I like your comments though. The comments are good.
Oh yeah, lots of helpful people. Lots of people want to tell me how to do it. I want to pick one. I want to do some videos on some of the stuff they're telling me to do.
Yeah. No, so I mean, so I
Forest
block.
1 cup.
Been there, done that.
WS.
WS.
Let's do it.
Winston Churchill.
Churchill.
You
That's
need,
that's Evan after he's had a couple of drinks.
Winston Churchill.
Or is it Evan before
So,
he had a couple of
I was very happy to I pinged a friend of mine or a client of mine who we did Divinity Original Sin with. I'm like, hey, you mentioned you might be able to get me a key for BG3. So, and I was very happy to see that it's available for Mac.
Nice.
It made my computer cry last night.
well, I'll say this.
Did it?
I'm glad Christopher Cole piped in a day ago to say, teach them to brush their teeth the right way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
You're
they're
going
responding
the
to
wrong
my
way.
video. I am thankful to them. Whatever they want to say, I respect any feedback, because the bottom line is YouTube likes that and people like that. And yep.
Oh my gosh. Paula Shishkova 4479 said, can you tag me when you get an update on this? Thank you.
Ooh.
I don't even
Ooh.
know how to do that. How do you tag someone in the comments?
Well, Paula Shishkova 7749 wants you to do it.
I'm sensing the pattern here.
Yeah.
Have you ever done something like that, Lance? Like any of this stuff? Commenting and the pinning stuff?
No. Fucking nice. I'm out of the game. Anyway, here we go.
Here we go.
WS.
Connected to ESPN in 2013's Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues.
What is it?
What was the beginning of that?
We missed the beginning.
Damn it, people.
Anchorman 2 and
Connected to. Okay.
Connected to.
Anything else, Evan? Can I speak? Or
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to be helpful and I wasn't.
Damn you, Evan. Mm.
Here we go. Connected to ESPN in 2013's Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues.
That was 10 years ago already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. All right. Listen to Bob Marley and avoided Dark Seekers in 2007. Was connected to an iconic boxer in 2001.
Matt,
Matt.
Will Smith.
Will Smith is
Ooh,
correct.
Nice.
Yeah. The Dark Seekers. They
Oh,
was
yeah.
in the I Am Legend movie.
Oh, is that what that was from?
I forgot he was in Anchorman too.
Yeah, I remember that.
I kind of had a Donnie Darko thing going on there. I'm like, that can't be.
Connected to 1961's West Side Story. Was married to Anne Hathaway. Connected to 1999's 10 Things I Hate About You. Inspired 1994's The Lion King. Connected to a 1996 Leonardo DiCaprio film. What?
Let me hear it, Lance.
Final clue. Wrote Othello.
Barry.
Barry.
Oh,
William Shakespeare. I was just
William
making sure.
Shakespeare. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
The only relevant clue is the final one. That's fine.
I
That's
just
not
want
true.
to be
They're all
sure.
relevant.
I want to be
The
sure.
West Side Stories are basically a remake of Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Married to Anne Hathaway, Shakespeare in Love. You know,
No.
that was the actress, played his wife.
No.
and everything. Not 10 Things I Hate About You, Tammy and the Shrew. Lion
That's the one that
King.
threw me off a little bit.
Yeah. Leonardo DiCaprio was that horrible remake or whatever thing. they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It was good.
here we go.
Yeah.
Romeo plus Juliet.
Yeah. It was
I
garbage.
like that movie.
Well, you're wrong. But anyway, here we go.
You're garbage, Scott.
Kabuki Kid was like, I knew it with Anne Hathaway. So, anytime you want to come on and play Kabuki, you know how to get on. Anyway, here we go.
She should. She's almost answered out. She almost always answers.
I know she should, but I don't know. She's not real. She doesn't show up on film. She's a vampire. So
It's probably true.
He's an AI.
Vampire.
yeah.
Yeah, the first AI.
First AI vampire?
Clue number one. These are booked. Debuted in 1998. Often,
Evan. Wedding Singer.
is correct. Well done.
Hey.
Wedding Singer.
Nice.
Here we go. Connected to a 1919 scandal.
Barry.
Go ahead.
White Sox.
It's a good one though.
Oh, that was a good guess.
I'm gonna steal that later.
The scandal might be. I might be a few years old from the scandal.
Connected to a 1989 earthquake. Connected to poker. First scheduled at night in 1971.
Evan.
Go ahead.
Oh,
World Series.
Yep.
World Series.
Almost got it, Barry.
I was in the ballpark.
Here we go. Clue number one. Featured in an Academy Award nominated 2015 Christian Bale film. Connected to a 2013 Leonardo DiCaprio film. Connected to a bell. Features skyscrapers.
Matt,
Go ahead.
Wall Street.
Is correct. Well done.
Yes. Yeah.
Big Short.
Yeah.
The movie. I could
Great.
watch that. I
Good
watched
fucking
that.
movie.
I watched that. I watched the movie probably a dozen times. It's so good.
yeah, great one.
And then I watched it. Then I watched a short film explaining how it works, because like actually how the Big Short works and how they made their money off of it. And then I watched it again and it made so much more sense. There's a guy that is a Wall Street broker, and he does a lot of like financial advice and stuff, like, which are boring to me, but he does a lot of things about he talks about the financial movies that have come out, and like he explains like how that works. Like he explains the commodities exchange, and it happens on the Eddie Murphy movie with Dan Aykroyd, Trading Places. Like he explains that one, and then he explained Big Short. He explained oh yeah, what was that one movie?
Brewster's Millions.
No.
The toy.
No, it was the movie that
You're crazy. We're just naming fucking Richard Pryor movies.
Yes.
Superman 2.
Demi Moore was in it.
Hear no evil, see no evil.
Ghost.
No, shut up. God, I hate you people.
I thought we were
sometimes.
movies.
Demi Moore was in it. Michael
Demi Moore.
Douglas. Demi Moore.
Oh,
No.
Oh, the Color of Money?
Oh.
The game.
No, it was that one.
Oh, because
is it the Michael Douglas movie?
No, it's I can't name it. It was the movie that like basically
Basic Instinct.
they figured out that the Big Short was like that the bubble was coming, and they're kind of this mythical firm, and it was just basically like everybody got called in and they said,
Oh yeah, that. Yeah,
we have to
Demi Moore was
sell.
in that?
Yeah, she was the person that took the fall, like basically.
Who's the guy who
So-
plays Spock too? What is his name?
Yeah, I can't
Leonard
even think
Nimoy.
right now.
No,
yeah.
not that.
No,
Leonard
the new one.
The newer one.
Zachary.
Zachary
Leonard Nimoy 2.
Zachary Quinn. No,
Quinn-
Zachary Quinto.
I think that's it, yeah.
That's a good name. Yeah, you might be on that, but no, that's a good one. That's a good movie too. It's just explaining like,
Never seen it.
yeah, no, and Kevin Spacey's in it. He's the guy that Zachary Quinto.
Oh, what's
Kevin-
he doing now? Sorry.
Not much.
Just got acquitted again.
You just gotta quit it again. He's Slick Willie. They can't get anything.
Is there
to
any more
stick.
cases against him?
Him and Army Hammer.
There was a couple more people that filed like civil suits against him,
Yeah.
saying but he's just
Squeaky
been,
clean.
He's just everything is coming up.
Teflon Don.
He doesn't smell like roses, but but nothing is sticking. Which and we've had these discussions before, and I'm not saying the man is innocent, and I'm not saying he didn't do anything or anything like that, but what if he really didn't do anything, and his entire life is just completely and totally shit canned?
Yeah, we'll never know.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Commonly found at TGI Fridays. Formed in Detroit in 1997.
Evan.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm already wrong. Wingstop.
You are most assuredly wrong.
Yeah, I'm already wrong.
It was
fine.
close, though. It was really close. Just,
Yeah.
Connected to classic movie theater popcorn boxes. Connected to Adidas.
Dang it.
Connected to the American flag.
Harry.
Go.
White Stripe.
White Stripe is correct. White
Man,
Stripe.
I even had that one written down.
Did you? Oh,
What was the Adidas connection?
The three little lights.
The logo.
yeah.
Logo.
I
Technically,
don't think of
there's
that
two
one. I
white
think of
stripes.
Adidas.
The red and white
Three
popcorn
colored
boxes.
ones.
You know what? You know what,
Well, that's
Scott?
for
All
sure.
day, I dream about sex. So
That's what I connected with.
yeah, Adidas, baby.
Yeah.
Here we go. Featured in a 1988 John Cusack movie. Had connections to Dr. Dre, Eazy-E,
Forrest.
and Go.
White Sox.
White Sox is correct. Stolen.
Oh,
Stolen from Barry.
I was a second behind him.
Great movie too.
Yeah.
Great.
Which
What
movie?
The-
Oh, 8 Men Out.
Yeah,
Man Out.
8 Men Out.
Yeah, great fucking
Yeah.
movie.
Buck Weaver, baby. He got
He
screwed.
played Shoeless Joe Jackson, didn't he?
No, he
John
played
Cusack?
Buck Weaver. Yeah, John Cusack played Buck Weaver.
Oh, did he?
The one guy who never took a dime, played his
Oh, that's
heart out
right,
the
yeah,
entire
yeah.
time, and he got effed right in the A.
Efton, the beat.
Cusack's my second favorite actor of all time.
He
Who's your
applied
first
for
favorite?
Buck Weaver applied for reinstatement every single year until he died, and he was denied every year.
Who's your favorite actor?
Yeah, who's your favorite?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh,
Okay.
see, you
Okay.
went from here down.
Okay, all right.
Leo DiCaprio.
You know, the one thing about Leonardo DiCaprio that I like, this is just whatever, he's like 5.5 feet tall. So whenever he's in a movie where he's got to be a tough guy, I just can't take it. He's like,
He's only
"Ah,
5.5
I'll
feet
shoot
tall."
you. No, he's super short and he's
Not
just
that short.
he's like 3.5 feet tall. He's just like
Great.
Just lost 2 feet there. Jeez.
That was fast. Cut him down to size.
yeah.
He's 6 foot.
No, he isn't.
That's what the internet says.
That's
Well,
short
the
for
internet-
Hollywood.
The internet lies.
It's short for Hollywood,
It
Scott.
says he's 5'11", 4. Like four and a
Yeah.
quarter inch.
No, I'm pretty sure he's 4.5 feet tall.
I gained a foot.
So
What are you talking about, short guy?
you're a short guy. Yeah, he's short.
Moving on.
He does not look tough.
Moving on.
I don't want to look at him standing next to Brad Pitt. I don't care, Kabuki. Back off. Jeez. You know what? You want to come on here and
I hope she does and bitch slaps you.
Oh, she's never gonna show up. She never will. She's like I said, she's a vampire. She doesn't
Day a robot vampire.
yeah, we can't she doesn't show up on film. Anyway. Here we go. It is illegal to harass them in the Philippines. Known to be slow. Commonly connected to warm water.
Matt,
Go ahead.
White Swan.
Featured in 2016's Finding Dory.
Very.
Go ahead.
Whale shark.
Whale shark
Hmm.
is correct.
Wow, nice. Nice.
The largest fish known to man.
Yes.
They eat plankton.
Yes, they do. Got big mouths.
Yes, they do. Here we go. Often found in science fiction. You can jump to this. Often created.
Barry.
Go ahead.
Warp speed.
Warp speed
Oh
is
my
correct.
gosh.
Very.
We're all playing for
crushing
second
it.
here, apparently.
Dang.
I only got one more,
I don't
Scott.
think I've got any of them yet.
Dang.
So here's one the clue that I don't get. It says connected to the COVID-19 vaccine. How is warp speed connected?
Yeah, it was
Project
Operation
Warp Speed is their
Yeah,
for
to
the
get the,
finding the vaccine.
to get the vaccine out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that right?
Wow.
I would not have
Well,
known
you
that.
learned something.
I didn't
new
know
every
that
day.
either.
Yeah.
Oh, kabuki.
I've heard of it.
I was like, it's Operation Warp Speed. We got 5 left. It's still anybody's game. Barry in the lead with 4. Scott,
only got one
if
more.
you run the table,
I don't
if
think that's
you
gonna happen.
run the table,
Someone's on fire.
What are you doing, Noob?
Need more. You need to smoke more dope, Barry,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. My
or
back really.
less, or less.
I
I don't know
One of the
what's
two, you're in the sweet spot. That's not good for anybody.
Well, it's yeah, kind of. It's different strain. It's not.
different molecules.
It's not as heavy on THC.
As you just trail off. The title was inspired by a 1968 novel. Released in 2019. Is a metaphor. This was performed on Saturday Night Live. This appeared on the album Fine Line. Final clue. Grammy-winning single for English singer Harry Styles. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Aldi.
5, 4.
I think it's something like watermelon
Two.
seed. I don't think that's right though.
Watermelon seed.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyone else?
Evan.
Evan.
Water slide.
Well, I enjoy the extra syllable. You are incorrect. Anyone else?
Oh,
Watermelon sugar. Watermelon.
Ah,
I knew
okay.
there was watermelon in there.
never heard of it.
I'll give you half a point.
How is
Half
that a
a point.
metaphor?
Thanks.
I don't know.
I'm sure it's a
Matt.
metaphor for some sexual thing.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Come on.
Sexual.
Water slide?
I went
from
to a
Bill and
water park.
Ted's.
I went to water park with my family just recently. I had a
Did
good
you
time.
take Napoleon?
No, I did not. Though I'll tell a story here in a second. First seen in 1990. Commonly goes by just the second word. Came out of the closet in 2016. Commonly seen wearing a bow tie and glasses. He is a personal assistant. Final clue.
Forrest.
Go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Final clue. He lives in a fictional town.
Barry
Smithers.
Wayland Smithers.
Waylon Smithers.
I could not think of that first name to save my life.
Waylon Smithers.
I thought it was
The
from
Simpsons.
Smithers.
It's from The
Yeah.
Simpsons. He's Mr. Burns'
Mr.
personal
Burns,
assistant.
dude. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I knew the next clue was going to give it away. I had to try and swing.
Famously, they had the joke or whatever that when they
I mean,
did
I would
their-
never have gotten that in a million years.
when they did their Halloween episode and the King Kong ripoff, when Marge is like gonna get on Mr. Burns's boat and it's just like dude, Waylon, she wants to come with, should she? I don't think women and semen mix, sir. Well, we know what you think. Here we go.
Here we go.
Barry, you have 5. Evan and Matt, you have 2. Forrest has what does Forrest have?
1.
Forrest has 1. So Evan and Matt.
Scott has half. Don't forget the half.
tie. You can tie.
I'll take the half.
Yeah, Scott's got the half. You can tie, but if anybody, if Barry gets one of the last 3, he wins.
I only got one more in me.
In one sense, debuted in 1923.
I think this is the one I got in me. Keep going.
Features a giant arch.
No, that's not what I was thinking.
Has featured Muse, Coldplay, and Beyonce.
Evan.
Go.
Woodstock.
Matt,
It's one word.
go.
Oh, all right.
Wembley Stadium.
Is correct,
Wembley.
Matthew.
Wembley.
Very nice. Very
Stadium.
nice.
Okay, all right. Matt, you need to run the table to tie for the win.
Woodstock.
If anybody but Matt, but Matt gets any of the next 2.
Kingmaker.
Turn it off. I've turned off my alerts. I don't know why it's coming on. I got a
Alright.
blue alert. What's that mean? Blue
Oh,
hair?
no.
That's a blue hair alert.
Debuted in the US in 2004. Sometimes occurs at parties. Was once connected to celebrities like Dee Snider and Flavor Flav. This is intended to be temporary. This is an exchange. Final clue. This is when married couples
Matt.
go.
Wife swapping.
Wife swapping is correct.
I was gonna say that last go. I'm like, no, that can't be.
All right, this could be quite the comeback for Matthew.
Oh,
If he can
yeah.
get this final one. Here we go. In a sense, it involves research. Some do this just for fun. In its truest form, it's free. This can be done online.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Window shopping.
Window shopping is
Damn you,
correct.
Forrest! Damn you!
Handing Barry the victory.
Kingmaker.
Kingmaker.
I thought William
That's a good
Shatner
one.
was going to be on there. That was my
No, I had him.
Yeah, there was no chat.
Of course
no
not.
chat.
I had him load him up too.
Shut
There
not.
is. There's no chat. So here I'll tell my brief story about the water park. So the water park it was like there's this in Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Me and the family went there for a few days just to do something towards the end of the summer. And and you get down to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and there's like a few cool stars. There's some half-price books you can go visit and things like that that are just fun to go to. But anyway, So at the water park, we were there, and they had the slides and whatever, and the lazy river pool and the whole whatever. But they have I don't know if you've ever seen these things, but there's this giant, like basically surf wave thing that people can body surf on. Like you can only go one at a time, and they basically just the water just comes pouring out of these jets at the bottom of it, and they go up.
Wave Rider?
I don't know what it's called. Sure. And it just goes up the slant and it goes over the top, and like you get in line, and basically you get a bodyboard and you just jump.
That's a Wave Rider.
Okay, fine. It's a wave rider. You happy?
I just
That's good. It's a wave rider.
WR. You get a point. The initials WR. But anyway.
Thanks, man.
So no, and so my son like wanted to try it out, and he's a little bit, new stuff, never done it before, and so he did it, and then, and he did okay, and then, but then he wanted to go again, and there was like a line, it's like everybody gets 2 minutes, and he was like, the entire family wanted me to go, because it was like, oh, it'll be fun watching Dad fall flat on his face, and.
I've seen some bad stuff happen on that Wave Rider on the cruises.
So I was just like, okay,
Waiting to hear this one.
Okay, I was just like, all right, well, I'm that person. That's my job to do these things, right? And like in my defense, I used to kneeboard behind the speedboat at the lake constantly, right? So I get up there and I'm like, I'm feeling fine until it's my turn to go, and my son wants me to go first so he can watch me, apparently, like, and so I get up there, and then the guy asked me, have you ever done this before? I was like, never, not once in my life. I said, just to be honest, never done it before. And he's like, okay, well, what you want to do is you want to get over to the side, and you want to just kind of leap and get yourself as close to the middle of the wave as possible. He's like, you lean forward to go further down, you lean back to go back up, you use your shoulders, tuck your shoulders left and right to, just to go back and forth. And he said you get 2 minutes and three tries, whatever gets used up first. And so the first time I just biffed it. It was like I like hit, and then like the water kind of like went past, and I kind of spun around, and I ended up on the side, and I came back up, and I was like, and then you have to walk by everybody else who's waiting in line. Like, yep, I'm dumb. I don't know what I'm doing. And so I saw a couple people laughing, and I was like, okay, whatever. And I don't know what it was. Somewhere deeply recessed in my brain, like the old muscle memory, I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it great or horrible. And I dove, and I landed in the middle. And like it was like riding a bike. I was just right there back, and I was like, I was going back, and I was going forward, and I was going up and down. My wife's just laughing at me. At one point, I actually just like pretended I was sleeping, and I was like yawning, and I was like going back and forth and spraying the water back and forth. It was like I was like, this is awesome. And I was just like, and then finally, I finally like, went too far to one side or whatever, and I kind of spun out. Oh no, I like spun out and whatever, and my son was up next, and I could go again, but I was just like, you can go or whatever. But I felt good. And then I was like, there, you suckers laughing at me. Yeah, just like, and it was tiring. Oh my God. It was just like trying to keep yourself balanced on it, and trying to like, you using all your like that weird core strength to move it up forward. But I wanted to go and flick everybody off that was laughing at me. Crushed.
Dude, I watched some guys do that. I mean, it was more of a surfboard
See you,
thing.
Matthew.
Matthew.
And the water hits them so hard, it like flips them head over heels.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, this is.
And I literally saw a guy with his feet up in the air, and I'm like, that doesn't look good.
It's terrifying.
It was fun. I mean, I was like, and I got done, and then and my son, then I don't know, like he went the second time, and like, because I didn't get up on my knees or anything, I just did the body surfing. But the next time my son went, he got up on his knees, and he was balancing with his hands out, and I was proud of him. It was so. I don't know if I'll ever do it again, because I probably.
You're old and kill yourself.
Yeah, I rolled the nat 20, just and pulled it off.
Speaking of nat 20s, is anybody playing Baldur's Gate 3?
I started
I haven't.
goofing around with it, and
Best game ever.
I
Really?
just,
Game ever.
By a
it
million.
just-
I mean,
it
it's
just
unreal.
It just takes
Wow.
so long to do everything.
But I'm not in any hurry though. It's like delicious. It's like savoring a delicious.
I know.
Deal.
It's one of those things where I just feel like I'm waiting for something fun to happen, and it just, I mean,
What?
and sometimes
Talking
it's
to
fun.
Lance, Scott. Come on.
It's constant fun. All right.
The pisser of the
I just
Cheerios.
no, I'm not trying to pee on anybody's Cheerios or anything. I just
What have you done? I mean,
I don't know. I've
have you
gotten.
have you gotten out of the ship?
Yeah, I got out of the ship.
Okay.
It's
Have you
not
had your
that it-
sexual rendezvous with any of the characters yet?
Oh no! I mean, just like
Oh, okay. Well, you got more to explore then.
I mean, and you know what? I mean, it's like I said, it's not a bad game by any means. It's just I'm at a weird moment where I'm kind of like, is this like everything that's happening? I mean, it's just kind of like, I don't know. I know that sounds lame, and
Is what?
well, I just I don't like games where I have to like, okay, I gotta walk all the way over here, and I gotta walk all the way back over here, and I gotta make sure I go and make. Oh, I didn't get
Bro,
that
do
door
you have an
open. I
RPG?
gotta remember where that door is so I can come back
Okay,
to it.
sure.
once I-
You know what? That's a fair criticism. I feel like the maps are not wonderful. Like they don't feel smooth.
I just,
But there's so many like moments.
I'll believe you, first of all, I'll respond to Kooky Kids. I slow rolled Red Dead Redemption 2 because if I'm able to grind something that I enjoy, that's fine. But you can't really grind anything in Baldur's Gate. It's just
You can clear out the Goblin Keep. That takes a while.
It's fun. I'll
Okay.
get through it and I'll enjoy it, and I'm sure it'll be fine. And I just
find the story so fascinating.
what kind of character did you make?
The wizard.
A wizard or a
Pre-roll.
warlock?
The pre-roll.
Oh.
The wizard. Gale.
Why didn't you make your own?
Because I'm not creative enough. I wanted to see what the game came with. Like do the
you can
cutscenes
play
then
have you have to actually talk then and stuff?
it doesn't talk. Yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
talk. But everybody. I mean, that's actually a frustrating thing. I wish there was.
Well, and
I
that's
wish they would have made a voice for the
okay.
character.
Again, here's something to quibble over. So if you take one of the pre-mades that they have,
yeah,
like I assume because you run into one of the pre-mades is that like Githyanki person, the fighter,
yeah,
and then you run into them like right away in the game.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
and then they're talking
my
and
best
like,
killer.
hey, here's what's going on, and I'm talking and I'm chatting and I'm doing all these things, and it's like, okay, but if I pick that character, I don't talk. I mean, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It just seems kind of.
Oh, the Githyanki. Yeah, if you, I mean, she's got some of the best lines.
I don't know. It's fine. It's great.
I get it. Yeah, I mean.
No, I mean, I
just
don't know.
wanted to play. I didn't want to think. I just wanted to play.
I'm kind of in that weird realm where it's just like I have so much shit to do constantly that like I can't I'm gonna play this for the next 3 hours. I mean, because I just feel like I'm leaving so much crap on the table right now. I mean, I'm like trying to deal with all of this fulfillment stuff that's going on with Last Light and Bazaars of Ubar. We're launching Worlds of Midgard Kickstarter on September 5th. So I gotta get
coming up.
I gotta get all those ducks in a row.
Don't remind me. Ugh.
And then I just thought of BGG-Con stuff today. I was like, oh my god. I mean, it's like because before I know it, it's gonna be November.
It is November.
Yep, that's
it's
November, but but before I know it, it'll be September. I'll be dealing with kids in school and everything like that. Oh, my wife and
it was the first day of school in Dallas.
My wife and I
was go back a couple weeks.
Bought our daughter a card.
What did you buy?
We bought a Honda Pilot. So it's an older Honda Pilot. It didn't go rush out and buy a $20,000 vehicle or anything.
What's the claim to fame of a pilot? What is it?
It's a small SUV.
They're small. Are they SUVs?
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's like a
an SUV.
CRV, not CRV.
A little
bit
bigger than
a,
that.
a little bit
Bigger
bigger
than
than a CRV, but not as big as a big giant passport or whatever that
Yeah.
thing is. Sort of.
It's kind of in between.
Congratulations.
No,
That's
I
cool.
mean it was pretty nice actually. The guy listed the car on Facebook Marketplace. My wife tracked it down. Buying shit on Facebook Marketplace was so annoying because like it was until now because it would be one of those things where she'd send me the link because she didn't want to interact, and I would be like, okay, cool, I'll send the messaging, and just like, all right, hey, I'm interested in your car. Can you tell me a little bit about it? When can I come and look at it? Like nobody would respond. It's just kind of like, what do you want to sell us? I mean, do you want money? I mean, it was so infuriating, trying to like track these people down, right? And it was just one of those things where, and then this guy actually responded, and then of course, we were going on our vacation, so I was like, hey, if you still have the car when I get back, great. Otherwise, I understand. And then I messaged him, and he was just like, yeah, no, you can come. And he actually lives out by where my lake cabin is. So like, I was like, I know. He's like, do you know where this is? I said, I know exactly where that is. He's like, oh, cool. Then, it'll be easy. So we drove out there, and I took the car for like, 20-minute test drive, handled really well. It's got pretty new tires on it. It'll be 4-wheel drive. So I won't have to worry too much about her being in the snow.
Cool.
Yeah. So,
She
and
excited?
I got, well, I mean, yeah, she knew we were going to go look for one, but like she was actually driving my pickup to go to her marching band practice, and she came back from marching band practice, and the car was sitting there for us. That was kind of, just get the surprise of it. Hand her the keys.
Your mic is not picking you up, by the way.
Yeah, I hate you.
It's like,
no,
I mean, I see the lips moving. I just don't hear anything.
Well, maybe you should turn up your hearing aid, Grandpa. But no. No, so I mean that was so he did that. And I got to, and it was just one of those things too, where the guy said, the guy listed at price X, and I said, and then the guy was super nice, and I was just like, well, I said, here comes the fun part. I said, would you take X? And the guy was like kind of one of those things where he was like, and knowing full well that like I really wanted it, the price I wanted was here, here's what he wanted. I wanted to pay this, so I offered this, and the guy actually came in a little bit less than what I wanted to sell it.
You're like, done.
Yeah, and I was like, let's make it happen.
You drive a hard bargain.
As soon as he said that, I said, let's make it happen then. So
Cash on the glass.
What?
Cash on the windshield.
Oh yeah, it was we went inside, and then I did the thing where like, and I tell this to anybody, whenever you take cash for anything, I mean, admittedly, if it's like $5, who cares? But I mean, whenever you buy something for, 100, 200, 300 bucks, anything more than $100, and somebody hands you the money, don't ever say, I trust you. No, take it and count it in front of them. And it's just because my grandpa taught me that. He said, when you and if you pay somebody the money, you say, and they say, I trust you, you say, no, count it. Because if I screwed up and I didn't give you enough money, then you can, like, what if I leave and then an hour later you're like, hey, you only gave me 180, it was $200. Well, how do I know I only gave you 180? How do I know you're not fucking,
Well, I've done a few in-person pinball deals now.
Yeah.
Cash.
Nice.
Wizard.
Only one person has counted it.
Really?
I mean, it's just
pinball game.
It's one of those things where it just protects both people. And because also, like, what if Aldi, what if you sold a pinball machine and the guy's like, you said $3,000, and the guy handed you a stack of cash and you didn't count it because you're worried you'd offend the guy, and then after he leaves, he's $200 short.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do then?
I'm not gonna write him.
Yeah, you're screwed. So just count the money and like I said, and the guy's like, I handed him the envelope with the cash, and he's like, oh well, there. I was like, count it, and he did. And he was like, yeah, you're right, you should do that.
One guy took my money and tossed it on the ground, like he tossed it like he didn't care, like it was so. I'm like, okay.
Like, can I get some more context? Like, where were you?
Me?
Yeah,
Lance?
like no, where he tossed it on the
Oh,
ground.
in his house.
It was in the Bat Cave.
Yeah, I mean, he
Okay.
basically just he had this like bar. So he had this cool like game room, right, with a bar
Okay.
at the end of it, and it was all done up with like in the theme of the game called Big Bang Bar. Like if you Google Big Bang Bar pinball, that you'll see what it kind of looks like.
Okay.
And it was like awesome room, and I'm like, okay, and then he started moving the machine, and I'm like, we'll move it, but I'm like, okay, I'm like, wait, here, do you want the money? And he took the money and he like tossed it kind of like back behind his bar. Like, what are you doing? Like, okay. And it was
this
two
like-
machines I bought from him that day.
Was this like a geeky power play, or was it?
No,
he
he's
wanted
just
to
a
move
very
the
trusting
machine?
man. Now, this was the second machine I bought from him.
Oh,
So he
you
already
had a-
knew me.
you
Like
kinda had a
I already had
rapport.
dealt with him before.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I always count.
yeah. What? I've got a few stories actually with the pinball stuff, which I'm not going to tell now, but
Okay.
there's some interesting characters out there.
Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. I was actually thinking about you earlier, Scott. I was watching a thing on the Cherokee Indians. And I'll get there, Scott.
okay.
And remember, I took pictures at that Buc-ee's in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Which is the world's largest
Buc-ee's.
gas station in the world. All right. Here, the Cherokee Indians own that gas station.
Buc-ee's?
The whole tribe, yeah. The one in Tennessee. I can't remember.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. I was just
I mean,
that
I thought it was a
amazed me.
franchise thing, but
It is. I didn't think. I was surprised to see it in Tennessee because I didn't think it was. I seen a couple in the South, like in Florida and I think Georgia.
we got a lot here.
Yeah, I know it's
And they're
regional.
not-
in
I don't think
Texas.
they're owned by Native Americans, though.
No, they're not. But this one in Tennessee, I can't. It's
Gotcha.
outside of Nashville. Is the tribe bought it? The whole tribe bought.
What is the
that
deal
thing.
with Buc-ee's? Oh my gosh, where do I begin?
Ooh,
It's just glorious.
yeah, it is.
First of all, if you like snacks, they have like
mhm.
200 different snack items, right? At least,
beaver nuggets.
at least 200.
Yeah. Mhm.
Candy, nuts, chips, Bucky
Jerky.
Bucky Nuggies, Bucky
Yeah.
Beaver Bites, the
Beaver
cookies.
Bite.
Oh my god, I want to go to Bucky's right now and eat. Like unfortunately, I've not been there in a while, but
Brisket
so that's just the
sandwiches.
snack part. Then every
Yeah.
single drink you can think of
Yes.
in a soda in a can format, and then there's about 40 taps of soda.
Yeah.
You can make your own drinks, and it's obviously, I mean, and here's the thing: the difference between the small, medium, and large is like 5 cents each, and they get gianter and gianter. And I'm not like
yeah.
kidding. The
No,
big
no,
one is
yeah.
like it's like
Yeah.
a
It's
liter
like a
of
gallon of water or
drink.
soda.
Yeah, and so that's the drinks. Then you have the roasted nuts. Oh,
Yeah.
roasted nuts, delicious. Did you get any of the barbecue?
We always get a brisket.
Yeah, so they're
Um,
chopping brisket constantly and making fresh brisket sandwiches.
Jen got something else.
And
this
then
time. I can't remember what it
There's a
was.
whole row of stuff in the deli. It's like a deli counter type thing where you get a number and then you go up and there's like 40 kinds of jerky fresh.
Yeah.
Sounds
There's a
awesome.
wall.
Like you can
Yeah.
just say, give me, you can taste anything and try it. And then they have kolaches, which is like it's a
meat
it's a-
pie.
it's it's like a pastry with meat or filling in it.
Yeah.
They're good. They have like sausage ones and jalapeno cheese and
Yeah.
blueberry. I mean, it's basically like a donut filled with stuff. Then you have got the most amazing bathroom you've ever been in on the road.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's like a room. You get your own room. Every bathroom is a room,
Yeah, they are.
which is cool. Because I've stopped at some shit fucking gas stations.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
want to go in that one.
It-
But Buc-ee's is no problem. I mean, they're constantly cleaning it.
Yeah.
They've got people working in there the whole time. Like that, all they do is clean.
and they have tons of gas pumps.
and they got like 40 stalls.
Sounds
which are
like heaven.
basically it is. It's amazing.
if you travel,
love
it is.
it.
Yeah.
If
But
you
they
travel,
don't
go to
accept
Buc-ee's.
trucks. It's only cars.
Yeah, no trucks, no
And I
only
think
cars.
RVs.
Yeah, no big trucks.
Right.
No truckers.
No rigs. Yeah.
Well, any lot lizards?
The food is amazing. The drink's amazing. The prices
Yeah.
are cheap, clean.
You could
What
buy
else can I
shirts,
say? Oh yeah, they have.
games.
Oh my god! And then they have a whole. They have a
Coors.
mall on the other. It's not a mall, but they have like a lot of
Yeah.
swag, like Bucky's. They have merchandised well. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, think about that. You know, there's something inside of it that like triggers you to buy it. You want to buy it. So Bucky's so swag, and plus they've just got generic. I would call it like living in the country kind of aesthetic, like
Yeah. Yeah.
like country living stuff. I don't care about that.
Living stuff.
I don't know, but like they sell like deer feed. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
You
but
never
they
know.
have like, oh, this is a cutting board. You know, like they just sell like
Yeah.
merch. Like it's just, which I'm not interested in at all. But I like the shirts. I like to look at the shirts. They have new shirts every time. They're like, there's constantly making funny things. Sometimes they have the guy wearing the beaver outfit in the store. I've got a picture.
Really?
I've got a picture with Bucky.
They
They have a statue outside. You can get pictures. I mean, it's just a fun place to go. It's very fun.
Yeah. But
Like,
it is
me and
regional.
Lincoln and Nikki go there usually every time, and with no lie, we spend like $100, which is kind of a lot at Bucky's.
I'm sure.
You
Yeah.
get a lot for your money.
I
You
got
come back
on
with
a,
like 10 bags of stuff because he likes the no sugar added candy or no sugar free candy, and then they like the pretzels covered in yogurt,
okay.
like blueberry yogurt pretzels.
Yeah.
And then the nuggies are nice. You know, the nuggies taste like, remember Sugar Smacks?
Yeah.
That
That's-
flavor, but like more of a
yeah.
puffy corn flavor, like a Pops. But
I
way
found-
better, way more tasty.
Yeah. I
Okay.
found something similar up here by Utz, but it's not the same.
It's a clone.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a clone. It might be
Oh,
they
okay.
just
But
made them
it's
individually. You
yeah.
didn't know. Yeah.
Well,
But
the
it's-
guy who made it said he wanted a clean bathroom. That's all he wanted,
Yeah.
and that's what it is.
Well,
And it's huge. And
yeah.
there's like, if you want to fill up, there's like 80 tanks. I mean, 80 stations. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a monstrosity.
They have good snacks.
Yes, they do.
I
But
like the nuggies, and I like the beaver bites. That's
So
the
do I.
cookies. And then the Bucky the nuggies.
beaver nuggets. Yeah.
I will agree that
Beaver
the
nuggets,
beaver
beaver
bites
nuggets.
are very good.
And there's one that's like a savory. Like, is that the beaver nuggets or beaver?
Yeah, there
Those
is
are the nuggies. The nuggies are the. I can't remember. One of them's savory. One of them's sweet. One of
Yeah.
them's cookie. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Bucky's in a nutshell.
When
And
we
I
were
get the roasted nuts too.
when we were down there for
So
spring, I got
delicious.
the apple or the cinnamon nuggets. And Jez see me devour the bag. It's like unusual for me. So
I
although-
gave it back to Keith when we went to Gen Con a few years back, and he said I ate all the nuggies last night. Okay. I mean, they're addictive. They're like,
yeah, she bought 4
like
more bags
Domino.
on the way out.
it's like a
I
domino
mean,
food, man. You just
yeah.
can't eat just one. Anyway, it would be cool if we could road trip up there, but it's far.
Yeah, from Dallas. Yeah,
It's from downtown Dallas to there. Probably take
either
like
one. Yeah,
45 minutes. It's kind of a long time.
yeah.
I don't know. Anybody else got anything crazy that's happened recently? Or interesting?
Oh, I got a good report up from my doctor.
Oh, nice. Good
Yeah,
job.
let's
I went last Thursday. It was the first time I've ever gone to the doctor and gotten good news.
That's
First time
great.
ever.
Don't get used to
Like
it,
I can't
Scott.
remember any of that ever going to the doctor.
Don't
being
get
like,
used to it.
Everything's perfect. It wasn't like that, but it was like there was no. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
it was all positivity. So
It's great to hear, man.
That's good. Yeah,
yeah, definitely making some progress there.
that's good.
Did I say last week that I'm like in the middle of signing 2 games? I think so, right?
Ooh,
I
Did you
think
sign
you
them?
said, yeah.
I mean, we're like going back and forth on stuff, and then
no, cool.
in
it's
process.
imminent. It's imminent.
2 games imminently signed.
Same publisher,
2
different
games.
publishers.
Two different, totally different.
Okay, juggling a couple. Yeah.
Very
When,
different games.
when do you
different
think would they
publishers.
come out? When they Is it like
One of them is slated for like 3 years from now, and the other one,
1940 or
Anything
we can
2040.
say,
a
no.
year or two. Not yet. I'll wait until it's finalized, and
the ink
then
is wet or just
yeah.
awesome?
Don't want to jinx it, you know.
What kind of games are they? You allowed to say that?
Yeah, oh yeah. One of them is a just like a Euro. It's got set
It's a
collection.
Euro
and-
Zero.
It's a Euro. Set collection, tile placement, worker placement, resource management, Tableau building, engine building, like all that stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Um,
Do you have a theme on it or?
yeah, it's called Great Meteora. It's this place in the plains of Thessaly in Greece where they're on these big old stone pillars. They're the little monasteries on top. They were built in the 14th century by some monks. So
Okay.
you're the monks building the monasteries on top of
Okay.
the pillars.
Where
Awesome.
the hell did you get the theme for this? Where?
They're real, man. That's
I
what
know
you
it's
think
real,
they'll
but
keep
I
it?
mean, how did it
Michael-
come about?
my co-designer went there and took a bunch of
Oh, okay.
photos and was like, I have to make a game about this. And I was like, all right, let's do
I was
it.
gonna say it's kind of a specific spot. You know,
Oh, so your
Okay.
co-design on that one?
Yeah, I've got a co-designer. And then the other one is like a much simpler, like card game with Tableau management. You move cards around and you try to line up suits and columns, and then they like blast out of there, kind of Candy Crushy style, where they blast out and then everything falls over. And you're trying to just make sets like that, and then simultaneous play, multi-use card programming, simultaneous reveal, and then you're bidding on like scoring multiplier druids with amazing art by Beth Sobel.
I already got the art. Yeah.
Sounds like a winner.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm pretty stoked about that one too.
chicken dinner.
Love the word tableau.
Tableau.
It's a good word.
I just love that.
Up until
mechanism.
like 2010, I don't think I'd ever heard that word.
I know, right?
When did Race for
I'll
the
just
Galaxy
say
come
with
out?
you.
I think that's
That-
the first time I heard that word.
Such a
That was
board game
right
word.
around then, I think.
Trying to
Unless
I
you're
love
talking
Race
about
for
like
the
a-
Galaxy.
A
What's
piece
that?
of art.
I said I love Race for the Galaxy.
Yeah.
That was one of my
Likewise.
one of my very first like getting into board games.
I don't think I played it enough. I really like Roll for the Galaxy, and I feel like we stopped playing it for some reason.
I never really played Roll
I
for
mean,
the
I think it's a
Galaxy.
good game, great game.
I
I
played
enjoy that as
roll
well.
and
Was
not
it-
race.
Is it very different than Race?
No,
yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite different. I mean,
Okay.
it's it's sort of got a same feel. You're building up and keep advancing your power, but
Yeah.
it is sort of a different way to do it, I guess. With the
Yeah.
dice,
Yeah, sounds cool. I really
but
love
I
Race
guess
for
it
the
has the
Galaxy.
sort of the same, like
Follow action.
you do this action, you pick the dice you want to trigger,
Yeah.
and then you follow. Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. I'd probably like it.
yeah, I thought it was
I'd
really
probably like it.
Trying to
Did you,
think.
did you ever play what was the one that came out way later, like Hyperdrive or Hyperspace or something like that?
Yeah, was Lightspeed or no?
Lightspeed, something like
Was
that.
it Light-
I know.
yeah, the one that was basically over after 3 cards or something. Like it was very
Right,
fast.
yeah.
Was it?
Uh,
I don't know this one.
let me see.
It
if I
came
can
out
find
like
it on
maybe
this website
3 or
that
4 years ago.
I know about.
Yeah, if only there was like a database, like the
Well, they would
collated all
link them
that-
together in some way.
Yeah, all that data.
Like re-implemented by. That would be Jump Drive,
Jump
Jump
Drive.
Drive. There you go.
2017.
2017.
Not Warp Drive.
Not Warp Drive. Totally different game.
Warp Speed,
That's another game on itself too.
Whalian Smithers.
Waylon Smithers.
I don't think I'd ever heard his name before.
You
I
never
didn't
heard
know
of this?
Waylon.
Not the first name.
Uh,
I've heard the Smithers, of course, not the whale.
Wayland Smithers.
Smithers.
Smithers. I had to think of the Dukes of Hazzard thing to get the first name. My mind works really strange, man. I
Why,
was
who
like,
in Dukes of
Yeah,
Hazzard
for
name is
sure.
Waylon?
We've
the
unlocked
theme song is Waylon Jennings.
Okay. I was like, I don't think either of those actors. Yeah. Okay.
By the way, I just got an email that says some of your fibs are about to expire. Do you know what a fibs is?
No, what is
Those
it?
are
P-H-I-B
lives that
apostrophe Z.
you pay to protect the
I have 2
lives.
months to convert 40 fibs and get a coupon. Philibert
Okay.
bucks, I guess.
Is that
So I made
something
some order
that,
from Philibert.
that Forrest invested in?
I don't
That's my
know.
guess.
Is this
No, because they're
Bitcoin?
going to take them
Scott?
away from me. What's that?
Is this Bitcoin? What is this?
No, it's Philibert bucks.
I don't know.
It's
Oh.
an overseas. It's a French
A
retailer
French publisher.
online.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Philibert bucks. What are you gonna get? You gotta go get.
I don't know. I
something.
have to see. It's a coupon, so I don't know if I'm getting anything.
How much do you have?
Yeah.
By the way, it's signed to Phila Boys and Girls
Ooh,
with a Z. By the way.
branding, Scott. Branding.
By the way, if you look at the website, it's the same layout as a miniature market. So I'm guessing they all work together.
Share.
Yeah, maybe.
That's probably true.
Didn't one of them have a big hoopla? Game nerds or there's one of them that sold games. I can't remember. I heard a big hoopla about one. I can't remember exactly what it was.
I've mostly bought from Philibert to get early Spiel des Jahres games. Like once we know the titles, we can get them from that. Philibert usually has all of them.
Oh, okay. Well, cash in your fuel bucks.
If it's not in the States, yeah. Game Nerds had a sale the other day that were Uber flash sales. Uber being like one copy.
No, like they were gone in like 10 or 15
I know, but
seconds,
they
like
don't, how
quickly.
many copies? They don't sell that many copies if that's the case.
Right.
I don't know.
It's like yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and I saw people like posting, what did you get during the Game Nerd thing? I was like, I remember when I used to be so in tune with those hot deals things, and I
Yeah.
just had no.
You know, Gramps.
I
Don't
never
care.
know either.
Get off my lawn, you sons of bitch.
Yeah.
I had a
You like
moment I felt like
games?
you, Lance. My wife, she's been on a sweet kick, so she went on this DoorDash to this crumble cookie. Right. And she said, I'm gonna order cookies.
Oh my
She's like-
gosh. There's
she's
a
like-
Crumble next door down the street from us that opened up.
She was like,
I won't tell you the calorie count on those things.
the calorie
don't
count
look,
had,
don't look.
It's
we
unreal.
didn't,
It's like 1 million.
we
Yeah,
didn't get
don't
that
look.
far,
Oh, my.
Scott. I was like, how much are these cookies? She said a half dozen for $30. I'm like, you're out of your fucking
Yeah, I know,
mind.
and it's $6, it's 6 cookies.
I
30
mean,
bucks, yeah.
you're out of your fucking mind if we're spending $5 on a cookie.
There's no way.
Is there any
There's
weed
no
in
way
it?
they're that good.
There's no
Yeah.
weed in it, right?
I didn't get that far, Scott. I heard
Oh, okay. I
6
wasn't
for
sure if they were
I don't know
They
what
weren't
they
those-
were made
those-
of. I said they better feed them to me, and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm getting like Lance. I'm getting grumpy.
I am not grumpy. I am just honest. And I recognize when things are garbage and when I should be able to stand for what's right.
It looks like Philibert has a bunch of flash sales all the time with timers on them.
Hmm.
So I guess that's the new sales tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Buy
we
it
do
now.
sales
Buy
too.
it now. Create.
Yeah, but yours are
urgency.
like a day long. They're not.
Yeah, we do for one day.
They're not a couple hours or whatever.
We've only sold out like one time.
The game expert.
I was looking at that. Unfortunately, my collection isn't up to date, so all your flash sales don't really affect me, Scott.
Yep.
I do look at them.
Scott, I talked to my boss. Our print run is almost all sold out as it is. I'm trying to
reprint?
get you copies for BGG Con.
Well, I mean, if you got none to sell after the fact, why bother, right? I mean, I guess you want a good rating.
Well,
Essentially.
that and the fact that we have a mini expansion already in the works, and so we will be going back to crowdfunding, and very likely right around the same time BGG Con's going on. So,
Oh yeah.
for the people that missed out on it.
Well, I feel like 6 copies would do a pretty good job of probably seeding the.
Yeah, I will. I mean, they would have to be
Is that one
retail,
case?
but
I don't care. That's fine. That's fine.
The Alaboom, seeing how the sausage gets made.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I talked with Peter last year, and I'm like, if you can send like a case or 2 cases of game, almost guarantee it'll probably just get played nonstop.
Oh,
I mean,
Flamecraft.
a problem with BGG Con is everybody's playing games, but they're all playing the same. I
Same
feel like it's very
games.
top heavy, like or new heavy.
Yeah.
Like we don't get a whole lot of the back catalog checked out at BGG Con, which is fine.
no way.
But
Not
it's
a lot of-
there.
not a
if
lot
you
of
Because
want.
it's
people-
everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I do often wonder. I mean, I understand why if like somebody's like, I really want to play this, you want to make sure that that's available for them. I get that, right? But I mean, man, oh man, I mean, it's like, oh, here's the BGG library, and
Well,
like,
Yeah, if it just turned into new releases, then I feel like it would lose something.
Yeah.
So I don't know, that was sort of a goal. Have a great library.
and you do have a great library.
Yes, you do.
The unfortunate thing is you take a lot of time to move all that stuff in and out of there, and like, unfortunately, there's not. I mean, there's quite a bit of it that just never gets checked out. I mean, I don't know. I would.
It doesn't bother me.
You know what you're doing.
Scott, why do you? I know because of the hotness thing, but do you think it's a lot of people just don't know how to play some of the older stuff?
No idea. I think I don't know exactly. We don't really poll anymore, but when I used to do that first timer, second timer, third time, like all timers, and then it would go how many first timers, and like I feel like half the room would erupt, with the clap.
Yeah.
Like shout if you're like the first timer, and then we're like, and we're like, what? First timers. So it's interesting.
That's a good first comic. Well, I don't know about the fall one.
Well, you should be excited then, right?
I think we forget what we just crossed like I think it was 50 events last year, or this spring was 50 BGG cons.
Oh wow.
Just cons, not including the cruise.
Because we were doing one a year, and then we started doing two, and then a cruise a year, and now it's been, I think it was 50 was the 50.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's 50 events.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Which
I was
I
actually
think the first BGG con was 2005.
5.
So I guess 2025 will be the 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
BGG con. Anyway, yeah, time flies.
Just over 3 events a year on average.
Yeah, something. I mean, it was one for many years, and then 2, and then 3.
Yeah. Or
A cruise. We do a cruise every year, and like last year we did 2.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at next year.
This year we did 2.
Yeah.
And next year we're doing 2. One in Mediterranean, one in
the East Coast,
New Jersey.
New Jersey. You're only going to the Jersey.
Are you from
very
Jersey?
tip?
I'm from Jersey.
It's East Coast.
Yeah. Me and Jen were talking about it. It's just she's got that rat thing again this year. Next year is too close to that Disney. Yeah. She doesn't
understand that.
I don't get it.
I get it, but
I don't. I've been there so many times. I don't get it. I mean,
it's a strong pull. I understand.
She doesn't ask for much, but
oh yeah, she's got to get her way sometimes. Come on.
But it cost me dearly every time.
Dearly.
It's gonna be $4,000. I could have went on the cruise this year, Scott.
I know there was like this comedian where like it's a Mickey Mouse figure with like a straw or like a hose going into his wallet. He does this bit going to Disney.
Like I said, $4,000. I could have went on the BG cruise next year for 10
days.
Yeah,
that's probably a sweet.
And that's from Sunday to Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah, the cruise is the 10-day cruise.
It's a week. 7.
7. I thought it was 10. All right.
Yeah, well, maybe I'd have to look at the Mediterranean. Maybe that might be 10.
I'm gonna do a cruise one of these days.
Have you ever been on one?
No, actually.
I'd like to get up to Canada again.
Yeah, I've been on a ferry, and that's about as close. As close as I've ever.
It's a different thing. I mean, it's. I mean, I like them. I like going on cruises.
Kabuki, they're going out of North Jersey, the port up there by New York. I forget the name of it.
Let me. I don't know. Is it on the BGG homepage?
It's yeah, I was reading about it yesterday or the day before. I think it's up there by Jersey City, out by the waterfront, the water more, the ocean more.
North Shore.
Cape Liberty.
Cape Liberty, yeah.
A cruise is one of the best
We
moments
go to
of
Boston,
my life.
Portland,
Really?
Sydney, Halifax, and the Bay of Fundy.
Yeah, I got to go on a Bud Light Port Paradise cruise that my buddy won, and it was
Bud
just
Light?
amazing. Like we got to see Dave Matthews Band on a private
cool.
island, like beer everywhere. It was just a total booze cruise. It was incredible. Oh, because I had
How
a
old were you?
passport. I was early 20s.
Oh yeah, that was probably a blast then.
Oh man, it was so good.
There's a lot of people doing cruise, like Bert Kreischer, or not Bert Kreischer, Jane Silent Bob. They're doing a cruise. A lot of celebrities are doing cruises and shit. Yeah, I think Bert Kreischer's doing one too. Yeah, but a lot of comedians and celebrities are doing cruises now.
He
where the
released that
money's
movie,
at.
The Machine.
Yeah, I saw it.
I heard it was bad. Or you saw it. I
It
heard it
sucked.
was bad.
It was bad. Mark
That joke-
Hamill
that
just
joke can't carry a movie.
he can't. It's not the Mark Hamill carried that movie.
What does Mark Hamill play?
The father.
A Russian? Oh, his father.
The premise is the machine story actually happened, and then 20 years later or something, him and his father, played by Mark Hamill, go over to Russia, and the daughter of the mafia boss or something that kidnaps him and just meddle him from there. But
Bedlam
Bedlam.
ensues.
it was
Wackiness ensues.
it wasn't a good movie.
I like the word bedlam. That's a good word.
It is a good word. It's a good wrestling word.
Yes. I would agree.
I was actually seeing what's the Dusty Rhodes kid is a wrestler, right?
Cody Rhodes. Two
Cody
of them.
Rhodes.
You do.
And they got a thing about him on, I think it's on Prime. I was going to watch it, but I didn't have time.
Yeah, he's been pretty interesting. He jumped
The American Nightmare.
Yeah, that's it.
he jumped from the WWE to the other big AEW, the organization, and then came back. And he had like this super crazy gnarly injury at a pay-per-view that was just like, and he just revealed it by like taking off his coat, and it was just disgusting. Like Lance, you saw it, right?
Oh yeah. He was
Whole body bruise, like
Ooh.
oh. And he wrestled a great match.
Did you guys see that one? What was his name? Sid Vicious? It wasn't Sid Vicious, was it?
Sid Vicious, Psycho Sid.
He like jumped off. He was jumped off like the
God.
second rope or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
His
that
legs
was
went-
one of the worst.
Oh,
Oh.
His boot basically became a sock.
Yeah.
flapping in the
bring
wind.
that up. Oh.
Like I was watching that match and I was like, you're like he didn't.
I
like,
still remember my buddy, like his my buddy Matt said, "Oh no!" That's all he said. Like, it was pretty awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, you know what?
I don't have a stomach for that stuff. I am not a surgeon.
I don't think any of us are.
Hey, my grandma's still up at 12:45 in the night. That's cool, no? Yeah. She posted some Facebook wall stuff about Southern love and blessings.
What?
She's keeping
That's-
it positive. That's
Southern
nice.
love.
Oh yeah, that's all my grandma does. She's 87 though, so it
Nice.
keeps her going.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My aunt, apparently there's something going on with one of my uncles, but my aunt will post on Facebook all this hope and prayer, and it's like I'm sitting here like I know there's something going on. Do I want to get involved? It's like
Do not engage.
yeah, it's like it's like why do I do this to myself? This is the only thing I have Facebook for mainly is that and you guys. It's like, but the older family, it's all prayers and shit, just like death or cancer or whatever. I'm like,
There's a lot of that stuff.
yeah. The ones that know how to use it, the other ones, different story.
Well, it's good that you know all that.
Man, I cannot believe you don't like Baldur's Gate 3. It's so much D&D, like I can't take it. It's almost too much for me to handle.
Sounds awesome.
I mean, it is awesome. Maybe it's not for the rest. I mean, here's the deal. It's
I love
massively appreciated. Just,
Oh
Lance
yeah,
is
people are losing
he's
their
that-
minds over it.
yeah, people are going crazy.
Go look.
Lance is an anomaly.
Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur.
And I mean, and obviously, like, the sales, prove, that it's popular, right?
Yeah.
So I do like.
It's just not
Have you guys
flames.
watched? Have you guys watched the show Invincible on Amazon?
Mhm.
Yes.
Season 2's out, right?
Okay,
Started.
yeah, or season 2 is starting soon.
It did
But
start, yeah.
there's that one scene where like when him and his dad are sitting there and they're being attacked by the Jets, and where he's being attacked by the Jets and he's beating up his son. He's like, you see all the trouble they go to just have like a fraction of our power. Just he's pointing at the fighter jets. They can't fly and everything like that. I saw a thing where it was a meme that said, it said Baldur's Gate 3, over 6 years in development, whatever millions of dollars spent, this, that, and the other thing, high end, it's just like, then it showed just a guy like sitting behind a DM screen with a DMG book and a monster manual book, and it's like, you see what they have to do, all the work they have to do for just to have a fraction of my power.
Yeah, I get it.
This looks cool.
It made me.
I
laugh.
loved the first one.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 1.
Yeah.
Did you play Baldur's Gate 2? That was even better.
Was it?
I
No,
remember
I don't
Baldur's
think I played
Gate.
that
I
one.
remember Baldur's Gate 2. I remember Icewind Dale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights. In the night.
No,
Oh my
I
gosh,
mean,
you can have coitus with a lot of different things in that game. I think there was a scene in the game also when I don't want to spoil it. You know what? Just say I opened the door to a barn and there was something unspeakable happening, and
now you cannot speak.
and I got into combat
Yeah.
over it.
Okay.
You can talk your way out of a lot of things in that game, but that one for some reason I couldn't get out of it.
That's cool.
no, I once I get into it, I'm sure, and when I can really give it the time that
You
it
have to dedicate
deserves.
a little bit of
Yeah.
time.
Because I get the thing, and
Mysterious
I-
abilities are awakening inside you.
made my character, and I got through the ship and landed on the ground or whatever, and did my thing, but yeah, I mean, it's fine, it's good. It's good.
Gets the job done.
It gets the job done, and I'm sure
Stuff.
it'll be amazing.
Job done.
And
Shadowheart.
I'll get to-
Ooh, do you see that dodecahedron that Shadowheart's holding there? Well, no,
Yes.
you don't see it. It's got the little points on it.
Yeah, it's got little nubbies on it.
Those actually, like, they found those in like Sumeria or something.
All
Like
right.
dodecahedrons with little spikes at the vertices.
Oh.
And they assume it was used in some kind of game, but
Yeah, one.
They found
Or something.
20-sided dice that Roman soldiers used
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
gambling.
Yeah.
yeah, I freaking love that stuff.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
So
cool.
yeah.
Are you guys playing Connections, by the way? Did we talk about this already?
It was
No, I don't
connection.
know
What's
what
that?
is.
New York Times Connections. Search NYT Connections.
No.
It's a great game. It's like a
Great
daily, it's a daily Wordle type
Yeah.
thing. I feel like we talked about this now. So I can show you. Basically, you get oh my gosh, my screen. It's too small.
You're gonna show it? Okay.
I'll show it. So you get a
Yeah.
grid of words,
Yeah.
and you have to put them into 4 sets. Is that coming through?
If you say so.
Like, yeah, it's really fun. And you only have 5 tries to do it.
Well, you're selling me on it.
4 tries.
So
It's great. It's fun. You could bring it up on your screen and we could do one if you wanted to play with it.
Ooh, we could do one.
Gale.
Or you want me to do it? Or
What
What's
do
a
you think
god
the
to
answer
a
to that
world-class
is?
wizard?
here, I'll show it. I'll demo it.
Gale was once a formidable archmage in Waterdeep, but pushed his relationship with the goddess Mistra too far.
Too far.
Dug too deep.
Too deep.
Welcome to 2D.
Did you see my screen?
Yeah, let me see.
So we need to come up with a set.
Create 4 groups of 4.
Yeah.
Just by like topic or
Yeah. So like, I mean, we've got fudge,
tart
cobbler,
Pie,
pie,
and tart.
tart.
Yeah.
tart,
All right, let's try that.
cake.
Jamie tart.
Nope. Okay, we're one way. We need
Oh,
one
really?
is wrong and we need one change.
Cake.
But cake, but what would be changed? Because we don't know what
Fudge.
the other
Fudge goes
yeah,
away.
fudge seems out of place there. So all right. Desserts. There we go.
There we go.
So now we know fudge is, we can
Not a dessert.
Smith, Dr. Mason, Miller,
All right, get rid of doctor.
not doctor.
Get rid of doctor and add Fisher.
Take Fisher. There you go.
Yeah.
Fisher.
Yes,
these are
trades.
trades.
Yep.
Occupational surnames.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anglo, but all right. Let's see. Oh,
So
dance.
some of the clues have it'll be like something
Twist,
one.
distort,
Oh, twist,
dance,
distort,
dance.
dance,
and root.
root.
No.
Where are you
One
going with
fudge,
this one?
one doctor.
Those are all actions.
Well, yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
The others are nouns. All right, that's probably not right.
But all right, doctor. I mean, it could be like, just an example, it'd be like Dr. Like, I know it's not gonna be Dr. Shivago, but it'd be like Dr. Shivago and something Shivago and something Shivago. It'll be like
I see.
they have a commonality,
Yeah,
like two
yeah.
words.
That makes sense.
Now, obviously, if we get one, we get the other.
Right.
Because the 4 left over is like the last
Yeah.
one. What's the fudge? Fudge is lie, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
But
Could be.
distort could be like a.
Twist.
And then I like these
twist.
three. but I
Twisting
can't
the
figure-
truth, distorting truth.
Doctoring the
fudging
truth.
but
Doctor.
doctoring.
Doctoring.
let's
Yeah,
see.
that makes sense. You could do that. Yeah.
Got it. Alter deceptively.
There we
Okay,
go.
interesting.
And then
Root.
any idea what this is? Root, meal, one, and dance.
One.
I mean, you don't have to do it. You can just push the 4, but I like to kind of try to guess it before. Root, meal, corn? No. Like corn, meal, and no, root, no, corn, root, no. Oat? No. Oh, last. No? Last dance, last one, last meal, last root?
one last.
I know, that's my guess, but I don't think that's
I don't
correct.
know.
Any
Yeah.
other ideas before I do it?
No.
Square.
Square.
Square, do you-
Oh, dance. Yeah.
So then it
Okay.
shows you
Okay, that makes
it's
sense.
basically like a Wordle. It'll you can share that. So
Gotcha. Okay,
Okay.
one more.
square
One
meal,
more. One more.
square dance, square one.
I don't think you can do one more.
Square
It's
one
a
and
daily
square
Oh,
thing.
that's it. Oh, that's the one
Yeah.
for the day. Okay.
Yep, and you get one a day.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
It's
I like
fun.
it.
Me and Michelle do it.
Yeah.
She just sent me.
Apparently
her-
not.
She
You
just,
just did that one without her.
she just well, we do it separately and we compare.
Oh,
She
okay.
just shared her results to me because every night it resends.
So she makes you feel dumb every night before you go to bed, Scott? Is that what it is?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Sometimes you need that. That's healthy.
Yeah.
Women are good with them word games, man.
Yesterday I bombed it completely. I wish you could go back in history a little bit to see because yesterday was just killer. I could not get anything right. It's a lot of like breakfast food. Like it was like
Oh,
like
I'm right back.
the grid is 12 things, right? Or 16 things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there were like 8 breakfast foods on there. I'm like, well, which 8 are the right one? Like
all dishes with eggs. Good work.
that's basically what it was. It was like
Well,
it was like omelet and waffle and pancake and bacon. And I'm like, I could not get anything going.
Yeah.
I was one away like 4 times. I think I got one of the sets. Because it was like there was a bunch of different times, like millennium, year, decade, and month, maybe something like that.
Yeah. Me and Jen played that power line again.
Yeah, do you like it?
She still does it. Yeah, we bought it. It was here before I got home from the con, Scott. Yeah. She got pissed off. I lapped her point wise, like 50 points. I didn't even realize. I thought she won by 1, but I lapped her. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, I want to like it more than I do. I feel like it's just not quite good enough, you know. It's a clever system. I like
it is.
But I don't like the game that much. I don't think there's a little too much luck in it. Yeah,
there is. That's one drawback. I have 2 drawbacks on it. One is the round track thing. That's annoying. The other one is once in a while you just get screwed with the dice. And
exactly, you get a bad roll and you get a complete shit turn. I mean, you have to take a couple shit turns. But if you get a lot of shit turns, you're not going to win.
Yeah,
and then versus someone who just gets perfect 5 in a row. It's basically a dice placement game. Did we play that at BGG?
Yeah, me and you did. Yeah,
we played it, but you guys haven't seen it. So basically, it's really clever. You roll 5 dice; they're different colors, and then you're taking them off the board in order from left to right or right to left. Right. So it's always in the same color order, like black, red, yellow. But you start on the left side and you take them off, and then you place those dice as workers on your tableau or your board. And then you're basically trying to complete power lines. It's hard to visualize. Let me see if I can. I'll bring up a picture.
But basically, every player has like a board with pip numbers on it, and each player board is different with the setup of the pip numbers. The tracks are all the same, but the numbers are different depending on which board you grab.
Yeah, we all have different boards.
Right.
That's sort of a picture, but it's
yeah, I've seen a couple of people posting photos of that.
There you go. Wow, this is like someone's filled in most of their board.
But
you draw the dice and you need a 4, then you have to do a 6, and then a 1, and then a 3, and then a 3. Right. So if someone rolls, and it has to be in the exact color order from left to right or right to left. But if you get a 4 and then you get a 2, you can basically say, okay, play the 4 here, then the 2 here, then let's say a 4 here, then the 6. Like you can split it up amongst different power lines, and you're just trying to get as many connections as possible. And I like it. I do, but I just feel it's too lucky. Like if someone, because if you look at that, if you look at these numbers and someone goes 4, 6, 1, 3, 3, which can happen.
Yeah.
They get 5 in a row, and you're like, okay, well, that's a perfect 5. And you basically just lucked into it.
Right.
There's really no mitigation. There's a little bit of mitigation. Yeah, those are your workers. So you place the red worker, then the yellow worker, then the blue worker, then the green worker, then the white worker. This is not exactly right, but
I like the
sort of that. That's actually, it's interesting. That actually doesn't happen in the game. This is not how the game.
They represent your workers.
Oh yeah, they represent your workers, and they basically represent the the dice that get rolled. Let me see if
right.
I mean, these are all so there's the dice. So you have to either take them from left to right or right to left. So 6, 5, 1, 5, 3, 1, or 1, 3, 5, 1, 5, 6. Yeah. And it's neat. I mean, I like I said, I like it, except it's too lucky.
Yeah.
Someone can just crush by getting some good rolls.
Yeah. The luck doesn't bother me that much, but I have played with the different modules on the backside and all that.
Doesn't change much, or does it?
It sort of does goal wise, like the end of round or end of scoring phase goal. One of them does mitigate that long line that you have to tackle right away, or you'll never get. Instead, you could get so many, and then you'll get points for that. Stuff like that. There's different artwork on the board representing different types of power plants, like solar and a couple others, where you score points if you connect lines like that.
That might, but I feel like the core still is flawed.
Yeah, there is still. If you get that bad roll, you get that bad roll.
And like you can literally have a turn where you get nothing.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's a concept of putting people on vacation to skip a die, which basically loses you a point. So if you want to play like the die that's right in the middle of the table of dice, you have to vacation. Oh, I got that one. Right. Like that's how it works. So
I found that being new to the game, I found people fixate on that vacation thing. It's not as big as a deal as people think it is, though. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I feel like -1's not a big deal in that game, but
Yeah.
it's hard because you don't want to lose points.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's Jen loves it. It's I'm actually going to see it because I laughed her, and like I said, I didn't even realize the game is a solo game. Basically, you're just there is no interaction. So you're just working out your puzzle. Yeah, they're working out their puzzle just with the same dice. But I didn't even realize it. So I'm wondering if that put her off on it because she finally lost the game.
Get Dorfromanic?
No, we didn't yet. I think we're going to. I want to explore that one.
Co-op, but you can play. There's really no. I mean, it's one of those games that you just play for fun.
Yeah.
There's no real winning it. You advance in it. You unlock things as you play more, but there's no like, oh, we lost. That doesn't happen in that game. You always get something out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we do want to pick that one. Like, she was we got that Mr. Carcassonne. She wants to explore a little more.
Yeah.
She took a vacation this week and she got sick.
I've only played the first mission.
I played the initial one and then the second module. I can't beat the second module to get to the third one yet.
Okay.
It could be just maybe. Jen's only played it a couple times with that second module, so eventually we'll get it. And I'm interested in see how the third and fourth one work out. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Excuse. They came with a little mini expansion they could use with the regular Carcassonne and see how that works out too. But yeah, I'm picky with games these days because I can only get them to the table so often with her. So I was going to play all week this week. She got sick.
COVID or something else?
Was that
COVID or something else?
Nah, it's just the throat thing, the cough. That's all. Yeah, we're gonna go down the shore for a day or two later on this week. I haven't been there in years. Jersey, the Cape May or Wildwood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
When do you guys do the Kickstarter for that video game, which I can't remember the name of for some reason?
Oh, Ringworld.
Ringworld.
It'll be a while.
Ringworld.
It'll be
a while, like next year.
I mean, it's just like
You got to build it up.
Yeah, we got to build it up.
Interesting that you announced it already, though. You know what I mean? Like, I guess you can't. You can always build up an audience, right?
When you sign the contract, I mean, yeah, we're excited.
Well, I mean, I guess building the mailing list is. I mean, do you guys have a page set up for it, like to collect email addresses or anything?
Yeah. So
the Kickstarter thing.
We're excited.
Followers.
Can't you tell? Look at his face.
We're excited. Lucky you. Do I hope you are invited? Don't be a.
You doing GameFound or Kickstarter?
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter.
Going back. Interesting.
Oh no, it's not. It's not even. It's
not even a question.
Not even a question. It's I have strong feelings about
you
this.
got feelings?
No, I mean it's just it's just not as Kickstarter is still where you got to go.
It's got the eyeballs.
You leave the money on table.
Well,
And
it just keeps growing at such a level. Like I was covering this Great Bear Mountain game. I don't know what the hell it was about, really. It had 700 new people. Like there's still games bringing in huge chunks of people, which is just nuts to me.
How
But
do you cover
they
something you
coming
don't know
from?
anything about? I don't know.
I'm speculating that they were marketing really, really well to like camping enthusiasts because they really leaned into the camping theme of the game.
Oh, Bear Mountain. Yeah, it makes sense.
the weird thing is how many people don't know what Kickstarter is. Like,
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, it's Kickstarter, and people are like,
We
what is
call those
that?
people normies.
I do. And you scared him away at Gen Con, that fucking
I mean, you know, I bet my dad doesn't know what Kickstarter is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Does your dad know what a computer is, Scott?
Oh yeah,
Okay. Okay.
he's a computer guy.
Some of that generation doesn't, or does it don't want to be bothered.
I don't think he knows how to use his phone very well though.
Yeah, that's something new.
Like I sent him a text on, like, let's say Friday night, and he wrote me back. He wrote me back a week later, or he called me. He's like, "What's going on?" You know, some like I'm like, he goes, he goes, you sent me something like kind of serious in the email, in the message. I'm like, oh, which message? Like, I had forgotten. It was
Yeah.
like a week ago. I'm like, a week? Don't check your email check your messages for a week.
Probably doesn't know how to.
I mean, he does, but I don't. Here's the thing: I don't think they're attached to their phones.
Yeah, it could be.
No, and
Like me. I mean, I carry this phone. If I'm in the bathroom, I fucking on this phone.
That. Do you?
I
Wow.
don't ever not look at this phone.
I'm not. I'm sort of. I can lose my. I'll leave my phone in the car for 2 days and not realize it. You know,
well, you don't have a job that relies on it.
even if I did, when I did, it was, you know, it's
Yeah,
there
well-
when, yeah, my time was my time. It got shut off at a certain time, you know, don't even
I'm
bother.
certainly not trying to judge and say that like anything about this, that, the other thing. But it's like for working in the board game industry, it's like if I don't have my phone, I mean, it's just like I could miss an email from somebody who's saying, oh yeah, your shipment's here, I need to hear back from you immediately with the and so I know where that's going, or there's all kinds of things that if I don't, and it's literally,
I mean, I probably have like 100 or 200 interactions on my phone a day.
I'm glad I don't.
I don't know if it I'm sure it records that, but I don't know if there's a way to check that.
No.
Like how many messages did you send and how many times did you check it? And by the way, if you're on Murder Trial, they know all the things.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys watched. I don't know if you watched any of that Murder Trial for that husband that killed his family.
Murdoch.
Yeah,
Murdoch. Yeah, that was nuts.
Holy shit! I had no idea that the iPhone tracked.
He
all
just
that
lifted the phone and they knew it was on.
If you raise it to turn it to look at the screen, it tracks that.
Yeah, that was nuts.
So, by the way, if you commit murder, don't touch that iPhone.
Yeah.
Little tip of the murderer. I was like, oh, you're busted, dude. I mean, he was busted in many ways, but that was one of the things that was like,
yeah, that was a
get away from
weird,
that.
nut story. The kid and all of it was weird.
Yeah.
No, it was a weird situation.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's crazy. It was crazy. Of
He proclaims his innocence.
course,
I'm sure
they all do. They all do.
Yeah.
No,
You
there's
got-
I don't think there are any murderers that ever say, "Oh, you got me."
Well,
Very few.
Very few.
the problem is that if you, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like if you don't proclaim your innocence, you're done. I mean, it's just that's the stupid thing is that it's like, oh, it's like,
Well, I guess
you were caught dead to rights, pretty much with the gun in your
there's
hand.
no parole with him, right? I mean, he basically has. That's all he's got to hold on to. Then I guess. Otherwise, you're just in jail for the rest of your life.
Well, yeah, and he was, and that was
Even
what
with
it was.
parole,
It's-
Scott, I
it's-
mean,
There's no
you're-
parole. I don't think a double homicide is a
Yeah,
parole there.
that's at least 50 years. You know, I mean,
No,
dude,
he'll die in jail.
yeah.
But I mean,
A double homicide with such weird, like,
Yeah.
maliciousness and evilness.
Yeah.
is really hard to get out.
And that's the thing that's
It's
so
not, it wasn't like
crazy.
a manslaughter thing.
That's the thing.
It
And
was
I-
planned.
is that yeah, it's planned and
It's
like when you
premeditated, yeah.
realize that like
Premeditated.
people reach that point, right? Like they literally reach a point where they think I'm never going to be able, like if I can't get X, Y, and Z, and these people are in my way for me to have X, Y, and Z, then I simply am going to have to murder these people because that's my only option. It's like they are there. I mean, yes, I'm sure there are.
I mean,
like,
I guess he could have had an insanity kind of plea.
I'm going back to money and the
Drug,
crazy
a drug
thing.
insanity of some sort. But he
Yeah.
never went down that path. He always had to basically
I'm going to the money and
say
the
he was
crazy
innocent
thing.
100%. What's
You
up?
make a certain amount of money, you go crazy. That's my theory. Look at them. John Travolta, Tom Cruise. They all make money, go crazy. Some people murder people. Some people jump on couches. Yeah.
that's what you think it is, huh? You just
Yep. It's a money power thing. You just go crazy. I actually think that this shit happened back in the day. We just, because of social media being what it is, we just hear about it more. It's like back in the day, we probably would have heard about this, not to the extent, but we'd heard the verdict and all that.
I mean, it was televised.
Yeah, everything's televised nowadays, though. I mean,
not
Not
everything.
everything.
not like that, but I mean, the Johnny Depp thing was, and what's his name? The one we were just talking about was.
Well, that Johnny Depp thing was just
Murdoch?
ridiculous. I mean, it's just that was
No, not
just-
Murdoch. The other one, Spacey.
That was such a goddamn
Yeah.
circus. That Johnny
Was
Depp
that
thing.
televised?
Yeah,
Mm,
one of them was, if I remember right. But they were all,
Yeah. Johnny Depp. Yeah, that was televised.
yeah. No, I meant the Spacey
I'm
thing.
hoping the latest one is get televised.
Which that one?
For you know who?
No,
The ex-president.
Oh, really?
I hope there's something televised there because that'll be
Jimmy
fun.
Carter.
Yeah, that one.
Jimmy Carter's in trouble. The man survived cancer at 92, and you would have put him in jail. Poor Jimmy. Yeah, we'll see in a year or two, Scott. I mean, legal system's slow.
Yeah.
I don't know. This would be the first for the country with television. So yeah.
I don't think any of the federal trials would be televised, but I believe the Georgia one would be,
Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, I guess
as long as it stays in Georgia.
it would depend on the state.
Yeah, I really don't know what.
Yeah, I don't think they do
I'm actually,
televised.
do you guys know anything about that? Have you been following this at all?
Very
They have
little.
to turn themselves into this weird jail in Georgia, and I guess it's I'm not sure exactly where. Within 10 days, they have to
Trump
show
does,
up to
yeah.
the jail.
Yeah.
No, all 19.
Oh, all of them.
All
Yeah.
19 of them have to turn themselves in
Yeah.
for being booked and photographed.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's like
yeah. I think it'll be the first time he gets his mugshot because I don't think they're gonna let him go for that.
yeah. If they do get him on something, I think it'll be that. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, that's a little crazy.
Oh right, and then
Oh.
as Kabuki mentioned, you can Georgia cannot be pardoned away, and I believe the pardon
Oh.
the governor in Georgia cannot pardon anybody by themselves, and I think they have to serve a mandatory amount of prison time before a pardon can actually happen.
Interesting.
Oh really?
So there's some real jail time potentially here. I mean, I don't know. One can hope.
A lot of money can get you out of a lot of problems, man.
But does he have money?
I don't know about this one.
I don't know. Yeah.
This one, I don't know about that.
We'll
I mean,
find
maybe.
out.
Maybe.
I like to think that nobody's above the law, but you know,
Some people are. Yeah.
you know.
It's interesting and sad time.
By the way, they only have to prove 2 of the 92 felonies
Wow.
to get the RICO Yeah, so I've been like kind of like side watching it, like
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
not like, oh my god, I'm like focus on it, but I
Right.
was like, I caught like this little detail, like, so they have this laundry list of charges that are just like, it's like
They
endless,
always do. Yeah.
and they only need to prove 2 of them. They only need
Huh.
to be convicted on 2 of the mountain
Yeah.
for the RICO charge to take effect. And the RICO charge has a lot of teeth because it was used against the mafia.
Yeah, it was.
Right. Yeah.
And
Was that
Giuliani.
racketeering?
Yeah, it's something.
It'll be
like,
ironic with Giuliani. Yeah.
like Giuliani used it to take down the mafia in New York.
Yeah.
Right.
Like he was probably the first, or one of
Jimmy
not
the
the first,
Bull,
but
not Jimmy the
probably,
Bull. Yeah.
like the most
Interesting.
biggest use of it for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Racketeering, embezzlement,
Yeah. That's
something.
well, that's how it came about because they couldn't get them on one thing, so they combined everything to try and get them. Yeah.
yeah. Well, interesting times.
Yeah.
It is sad. But interesting.
It'd also be interesting if he's the actual nominee for the presidency. Wouldn't that be a hoot?
That would be very scary.
Or trials and running for
I-
president at the
I
same time.
do not
That'd
want
be
to
see
very
that.
disappointing. I mean,
see that.
It is a weird world we live in.
yes. It is.
You just want to give up sometimes.
Especially if we live in Maui, them poor people.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but now I think
I could only imagine that's like Pompeii.
Do you, does anybody know how it happened? I didn't. I've
No,
not.
I have no idea.
Like I don't. I know what the result was, but I don't know how it actually started.
I think it was a forest fire that originally.
Maybe Kabuki knows.
Yeah,
Was it just like really dry or?
I'm not sure.
I knew.
I
It was
don't think it was a
wind aspect.
volcano.
It was. There was a wind aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High winds helped.
It is windy there. I know that.
Yeah, I guess there was no idea what the exact cause was. Yeah.
The
Yeah, but that-
wind.
Where the hell do you go?
Dry,
You're on an
dry
island.
conditions and strong wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of that stuff is just
Snapped
crazy.
power line.
I mean, it's unreal. Anyway,
Brush fire, snapped power line. Yeah.
on that note, we ought to end on a positive.
Okay. Positive.
Positive note.
I'm going through those comments that you were talking about, Lance, about that Zepp's bathroom sink drain video, and there's a good one. Just says, "We'll do everything but talk to the children." I have no idea what that means.
What does that
I-
mean?
It's a good product.
It's
And
just
then
no.
I-
It's just like you'll try everything to try to fix your sink except talk to your kids about not wasting all the stuff. You know, so-
Oh,
The toilet is it like toilet paper? I mean, what is the
I-
product? It's a
I
sink-
responded, "What's the right age to talk to your children about Zepp?" It's a review for a bathroom sink drain cleaner.
Zep.
Zepp. It
Yeah.
Is it
mans
like the green
bathroom.
gobbler? I use the green gobbler every once in a while because
Green Goblin.
my bathroom sink backs up all the time.
So just I mean, and I don't want I'm gonna
Get
be
a
that
snake.
guy. I'm gonna be that guy.
Want to be this
Don't
guy?
use chemicals. It's
Yeah.
actually bad for
Very
your
bad.
not
pipes.
chemicals.
yes.
It's a it's not a chemical.
It's a what is
So
it
what
called?
is it?
It's a
Enzyme.
enzyme.
Yes,
Is that a chemical?
it's.
I mean, yes.
to an extent, yeah. It's their
It's
green.
not a dangerous chemical. Let's say that.
It's their green pitch for chemical.
An enzyme is specifically a compound that promotes reactions in other
Yeah,
compounds.
which will create chemicals.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, just you're better off just buying a good
Zep's like-
snake.
Is Zep's a chemical?
Yeah, Zepp is a
Probably
commercial company.
zinc,
They do
something.
degreasers and yeah. Yeah, Zepp's a commercial company.
What's in
Yeah,
Zep?
Zep is also an enzyme. It's an enzymatic drain cleanser.
Yeah,
It's the same thing,
same thing.
just different name. Green gobbler.
What he said.
It breaks down the hair and the oil.
Goblin.
Yeah,
Who was the Green Goblin in that old the '90s Spider-Man movie?
William Defoe.
Willem
William
Dafoe. That's who it is. Yeah, I was like, what's that guy's name?
He was great.
Yeah, he was.
He's a good actor.
His face is so perfect for those kinds of roles. It just looks like so awesome.
But it's a biological, says Kabuki Kid.
Yeah,
It's a biological.
yeah, it is.
Did we talk about the UFO stuff? We never. I mean, I don't know. Whatever.
No, I think you
That
actually
hearing,
you
that
mentioned that
hearing
last
was
week.
so boring.
Yeah, we. So boring. I thought it was a,
Did they come to any sort of actual like
There's shit up in the sky. That's what they
conclusion?
the
Like,
I knew the word
Oh, yeah.
biologicals, non-human biologicals were found.
Yeah, that's how.
I mean,
did they like finish those trials or what?
Dogs, animals.
It's just an opening thing for a hearing. You know, just
Yeah.
it was.
By
They
the way,
brought it
Spider-Man
on.
was 2002.
Yeah. They brought on some ex-military. Some were actual pilots. Some were just guys reporting on it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And they just acknowledge, yeah, there's stuff out there. It's a national security because if these planes hit them, you know,
Right.
they don't know what they are. Basically, they want to look into it. Yeah, but it was like 3 hours of. It was so boring. Yeah.
There's not like new stuff.
No,
That was like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They showed the video from that the Pentagon released a couple year ago, whatever, however long it was. But I'm just, even though it was boring, I'm just surprised there's no reaction to it. Like, yeah,
I think it's one of those things where everybody's like, yeah,
yeah,
like makes sense.
yeah,
Like
it
everybody kind
does.
of knew anyway.
Yeah, I was surprised. The military acknowledged it. Our military, at least.
Yeah.
Others have for years. Yeah.
Right. Is that true?
Yeah, Russia, Poland, yeah, a lot of, I believe even the English to an extent. So, what do you think, Scott? I don't know if you watched the hearing, but you seen the gist of it.
Which hearing?
The UFO one.
Oh no, I didn't watch it. I was just wondering if you guys had.
Oh,
I mean, I just heard
I
some
saw little
clips from it.
snippets.
I saw some clip. Yeah, I got some clips on it. I'm like, wait,
Well,
there's-
the guy was like to say, yes, there are biologicals. And
it was non-human biologicals.
yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
NHBs down on the runway.
What's a does that mean an animal?
It was an alien.
You know exactly what he was getting at.
Of course, but like
There was some of this, I can't say it in public.
Kabuki
type
has
deal.
stated, that was dumb.
Yeah.
It was a dumb hearing.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Maybe I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, I saw some clips and it was
I
basically
started-
like they were like, "There's some stuff."
Mhm.
Okay.
We can't tell you what it is in public.
I started watching Curb Your Enthusiasm again. I picked back up where I left off before I stopped.
Ooh.
That show is just so good.
Have you guys seen Succession?
Yes.
I cannot
Oh.
get into that.
Oh, I just finished it.
Oh, you finished it? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
The
I
fourth
tried.
season or whatever. Oh, I loved it. It was like it's a train wreck.
Did you like the
can't-
ending? I guess
Um,
we're not really allowed to talk about the ending, but I guess we could just say we liked it.
I was kind of surprised.
Me too.
I think maybe they knew the writer strike was coming or something, and they were like, let's just
that was it.
let's
No,
just
I feel like that was the real ending.
you think so? Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can talk about it, but I don't want to say anything.
Don't-
I think
honestly,
ultimately I
like I
liked it.
said, I tried to get into it. I tried.
What?
Yeah.
But you stopped after the first episode.
No, I watched like 3 of the first season,
Okay.
and it just nothing grabbed me.
Yeah.
So it was just
If it
It
didn't
doesn't
grab you
grab you,
after
doesn't grab
3,
you.
then yeah.
You probably, yeah, I don't know. It maybe
I was
not
just
worth
kind
it.
of like I was
There's a
definitely
lot
in
of TV to
a
watch out there.
I was
It is.
definitely in the mentality of why isn't more interesting things happening than what's going on right
It's
now?
a slow start for
It
sure.
is.
And normally I don't mind a slow.
But there's
burn.
some good stuff in there. Believe me,
Yeah.
there's some great zingers at the
Yeah.
the whole like where they turn the thing on its head on the last minute.
Right.
So you say.
So you
It's
say.
there. It's in there.
Oh
It's
man,
good
there's
stuff.
just so much
I mean, the acting is
backstabbery
great.
and,
I think
like,
I think
the acting was awesome. The
the
writing was
Culkin,
awesome.
the McCall.
Yeah, not Macaulay, but
Not Macaulay.
Kieran.
Kieran. He's great.
He was awesome. Yeah,
He's great.
all the
They're all
actors great.
They're all great. All of them. Like, there's not a weak actor in that group.
Yeah, like all the monologues that the older or the second oldest brother had
What's the
Like,
streaming service?
were so
was
good.
Oh, the,
HBO, I believe.
Kendall.
rapper? Kendall.
Oh, I got HBO.
Kendall. His monologues were
I'm
so
sorry.
like when he had
it's
speeches to give and stuff.
Max.
They're so good.
Why would they
Oh,
do
yeah,
Like
that?
Siobhan.
Siobhan, yeah.
Siobhan. How do you say that name? Siobhan?
Siobhan.
They called her Shiv, right?
Yeah, it's
But it's spelled
Siobhan.
Shioban.
I think it's Siobhan.
Oh, is that okay? That's not
Yeah. It's an or maybe it's that's I know that's the Irish spelling. Maybe it's spelled different for Scottish.
Probably.
But I mean, it's based on Murdoch.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It took me longer than I'd like to admit to realize that.
No, I knew Murdoch.
Like, I was
A
like,
little bit.
well,
Yeah.
it's
a little
like-
bit.
yeah. And then I was like, oh, I bet everybody knew this from the very first episode. It just
But there's
took me
some really
forever.
good things in there. I mean, there's some really interesting storylines and
Yeah.
solid.
Yeah.
Billion. Anybody watch Billions?
No.
I've
it's-
I
watched a little
started
bit of
and
it.
I
The final
fell off of
season.
it. Yeah.
Like, the final season is coming, which I thought the last season was the final season, but I guess not. I misunderstood that. I was like, oh, that's how they're ending it, and that's not over.
I got into that Yellowstone, the original one, and late in the game.
park?
But yeah, it's sort of based, kind of.
It's
William Costner or
What-
Kevin Costner. right?
Kevin Costner.
But
That is also a weird show.
they ended it in the middle of the 5th season. Before the strike, but they're having all sorts of issues with Kevin Costner, basically, with filming schedules.
Oh.
So
Well,
now,
because he's still got like his 17 movies he wants to do.
Yeah.
Where he's too old, and so he does
This is
not.
the Bills part.
he's lost interest in it. But it's like it's weird how they left it. It's like I'm getting a little fed up with episodic shows. It's like
yeah.
it's just weird. But it's a good
I
show.
heard
I
they
mean.
weren't real
There's
big
some-
fan of you either.
I'm sure there's
so.
still some stuff out there.
I like the whole genre, I guess they have going, or universe they have. The other ones too. I like that 1920 not so much because the way it ended, but it set it itself up for a second season. But I do enjoy the story basically through the generations of this family.
I enjoy watching older series and seeing them slowly decline sometimes and seeing them like desperately trying to like grasp at straws as they go down with like
Jumping the shark?
wilder ideas.
Yeah,
Like
jump the shark.
like on the last season of The Office, and it's like you could totally tell they knew they had to just try and like do so many things to see if they could make something stick. And
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't strong to the end. I didn't know that.
I mean, I
Just
like the
something.
last season, but it's not as good because what's his name left? The boss left.
Michael Scott.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm trying to think of his real name.
What is his name?
Steve.
Oh,
Bruce Almighty. Steve Carell.
Cartel.
Steve
Carell.
Carell
Steve
left.
Carell. Have you seen the morning show? He was really good on that.
No, that looks good though. I'll see that.
Yeah. That show was intense.
Yeah.
Did you
I've
guys
seen-
like Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
I
Yeah.
saw it.
It was all right.
I enjoyed it as much
I didn't like
as
it much at
I
all.
expected
Yeah.
to.
Almost nothing. I mean, I liked a couple things part of it,
Yeah.
but for the most part, it was kind of a drag.
It was.
Yeah.
I felt emotional. I liked it.
I find Marvel's
What
kind
made you
of
feel emotional? Which
jumping
part?
the shark.
Like the Rocket story?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave him like such a childish voice. It's basically like a kid, you know?
This guy's got no heart.
It's like child abuse almost. I mean, I felt
It
weird.
was tough to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weirdly for a happy-go-lucky sci-fi comedy show. It's just like, wow, this is tough.
It was tough
Yeah.
to watch.
It was kind of weird already.
Yeah, it definitely could have used a little bit less in-depth backstory. Yeah, like maybe just summarize that and be like, here's why this stuff's happening.
Yeah.
Instead of like just like,
Oh,
man,
I think I
that's a
watched
lot.
John Wick. Is that we
John
talked about? I feel like we've talked about this before. John Wick 3 or 4.
I watched 4
Yeah,
on
and
the
it was
plane.
just it's
The hour,
nutballs.
the multi longer than Oppenheimer, John Wick 4. Holy
Is
shit!
it really? Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
I think it's like close to 3 hours.
It took up most of my
I
flight.
mean, it's a ton. I mean, like,
Was
if
it
you-
worth
if
all
you had
3
told me
hours?
that
I
after
mean,
the
I
first
like
movie,
John Wick.
that the 4th movie in this franchise would take 3 hours, I would have been like, how is that possible? But it is.
You can only shoot so many people.
You can only shoot so many people and fall down so many times
Yes.
and get
Was
hit by
it-
enough car. I feel like we've gone through this before.
Yeah.
Oh,
Think
you know what? It
about-
was not 3 hours. It was only an hour and 41 minutes. Wait, how did I think it was? Oh, that's the original John. The original John Wick
Yeah.
was 1 hour and 41 minutes.
That's
The original John Wick is a great movie.
It
Exactly.
was.
It's
Yeah,
tight
yeah.
and it's fast. And
Yeah.
the 4th one
Yeah,
is 2 hours and 49 minutes.
it was a lot.
Another whole
2:49.
extra hour.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay. Like right about the time where you think it's over, it's like, no, not over.
I liked it, but
Yeah, I liked it too.
I was
But- Man, it's long.
yeah,
The original John Wick movie did not waste any time.
It did not. It went right to the heart of
It was a fabulous movie about revenge.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's
it
still
was-
about revenge.
yeah.
Yeah.
Never not about revenge.
It feels like they were setting up a like extra like side movie or something though.
They are. It's.
I think, yeah, because I think eventually Keanu's
Isn't it just? I think it's a
I
series.
think it's a show. Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember the
Yeah.
name.
I think
of
I
it.
heard that was coming out.
Okay, because you know
What was the
the
name of the hotel?
Yeah.
Continental.
the continent.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
It absolutely sucks that Lance Reddick is no longer with us.
Oh man, that is rough.
He was so good.
He really was.
You ever see his little his Funny or Die
Oh,
Toys
that
R
guy.
Me skit?
No,
Google it. It's just it's absolutely like hilarious to watch him just kind of
oh, he's only 60. Wow.
cut loose and just be like a complete nutball and chew the scenery. Toys R Me. And there was another one where he was in a he was on, oh, what was that show? What was the like the weird talk show thing, and then the guy had the oh god, I'm just totally blanking, and it was he would do a talk show, and African American guy, and he would but it would
Arsenio Hall.
no, but he would but it was like kind of like he played a joke, like everybody who came on, like he would play a character, he would be
Eric
weird.
Andre.
Eric Andre show. Lance Reddick on the Eric Andre show, like he's sitting there going, and like he actually like has Eric Andre great character. I forget how he does it, but he like just freaks out on him at one point, and he stops and like doesn't, and then it's just go Google up Lance Reddick on
Well,
on there. You can see hilarity.
is this
Bedlam.
is this the Geordie LaForge thing here?
Well, the plus the Jordy LaForge thing, but the actual interview part of it is good too when he's interviewing him. But yeah, good stuff. And Lance Reddick was just he was great in Bosch. That was a good show.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lance Reddick, great actor.
Did you watch much of that? We talked about this, that sci-fi show. He was on.
Farscape.
No. It was sort of an X-Files thing, but it's not X-Files.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Fringe.
Fringe. Yeah.
Fringe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I really liked Fringe. Evil
I wanna watch
Walter.
that. Maybe that's something to pick up.
The end of it.
Fringe
was
was awesome.
Five
Yeah.
seasons of it, right?
Yeah.
Fringe was kind of all over
It's
the
only
place.
100 episodes. I can knock that out.
Fringe
I loved
needed
it.
Plenty of
to
time.
Fringe definitely needed somebody to step in and
Show run it.
like it was like when
Direct it.
X-Files lost their
Yeah.
mind too, you know.
Yeah.
They
It had a
couldn't-
bit
they-
of that.
They've all lost their minds.
I loved that show so much.
Yeah,
and they couldn't focus or whatever. That was
Yeah.
definitely one of those things.
That's true.
I got sucked in X-Files for a while and then I got sucked out of it. Like I was into it and then I like it all kind of went out of my head.
Yeah, same.
Follow all of it and put all the things together. And then I'm like, you know what, this is too much work.
I wanted a little bit more spoon feeding where you're like, here's actually what
wanna
the
think
plot
about it.
that we're, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Here's the plot. And then that never really happened. And I was like,
It's sort of like it had it. I mean, it was one of those original. I don't know if it was original, but like the bits and pieces of a
right, of an overarching.
multi emerging conspiracy thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It was
cool,
awesome, but yeah.
but it didn't go far enough. I think.
So I was like, why is this guy smoking and why do I care?
Oh,
Well,
so
they
great.
they kept mixing in with the monster of the week too, so it was
Well
hard to
done.
follow.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the monster of the week. Yeah, it would.
I
wonder if
like the Monster of the Week episode.
I mean, I like that too. I thought it was fun. I mean, it was a show we would watch it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, but they
One
definitely
of
was
my-
one of
my
those shows
college
that
buddies
like,
was super into it.
yeah. No, X-Files was good.
It's 1 o'clock
Yeah.
almost here.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I should say it's getting late. Yeah, I mean, but also the other one
I'm
that
gonna have to
that
say
always comes up
goodnight.
for me is Lost, right?
Oh, hey, my buddy is doing a what's the name of it? They're doing an Indiegogo right now for a documentary about Lost that looks like it's going to be pretty awesome. His first one was called The Last Blockbuster about
Oh,
the
okay.
Blockbuster video.
Yeah.
So
I
his
saw that.
next one is about Lost
Oh, cool.
with like interviews with the cast and all this stuff.
Neat.
Gosh, I wish I remember the name of it. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be awesome.
The last Lost.
No.
Uh,
Wow. Anyway, maybe I'll find it and tell you next time. But
Lost and Found.
Lost was at its times too. I mean, remember when you didn't know what
It
the
was the greatest TV. I mean, it was so. I mean, me and Matthew Octavian would message each other like after the show and just be like, blah, 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 blah.
yeah, and just like,
right? Tons of
remember-
writing. Like, oh, what about this and what about that? Oh my god, yeah, like that kind
And
of just
it's called Getting Lost.
Getting lost. Okay.
Yeah, and then but
That's
what
fun.
about and the hatch?
Oh my
You know,
gosh,
like
can you imagine that on the end of a season?
Mhm.
They're like,
Right.
what? There's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
hatch.
yeah, and then like the
And look,
hatch.
there's
and
numbers.
the whole thing that they're trying to figure out the hatch and they're trying to figure it out and they're trying to do anything they can to, and you're just like sitting there and it's like, and then when they finally have the guy successfully, like he gets the stick of dynamite and is able to blow the hatch, and then how the next season, spoilers for a decades old show, the next season you're like thank God, new season of Lost, we know what's going on with the hatch, and they open up with that scene and then you show the guy getting up,
Yeah,
plays
yeah.
a record,
Right,
makes
right.
himself
What was the name
some
of that song?
breakfast.
It was
I
the
don't
Mamas
remember
and the
what it
Papas.
was.
I don't remember.
Is the Mamas and the Papas? I listen to that song a lot.
Yeah, and it was just like,
It's
and
your
then
own kind of music.
he's on the exercycle, and you're like, what the fuck
Yeah,
is
you're like,
this?
what?
You're like losing your mind, like, where's my shit about the hatch? And all of a
Right.
sudden there's the explosion, and it's like, you've been breached, and he runs over and he grabs the shotgun, and then you realize, oh my fucking god, it's the guy in the hatch. You're just like, oh my.
Yeah, there was a lot of good TV there.
There was.
Oh, I mean, do you remember how absolutely like when he finally gets a hold of Penny, like when he's on, and you're sitting there and you realize he finally he gets a radio and he's actually able and he's able to tell the woman he loves, he's like, no, I'm alive. It's like I'm, and she's like, I'll find you. I will find you. And you just
I
you're
will
like,
find you.
because you get all that
I will kill
backstory
you.
about how her dad tried to drive him apart and tried to ruin that relationship, and how and everything that he did, and you're like, I remember watching that, I had tears in my eyes. I was
Yeah.
like, fuck, thank God, they finally
Great TV
were
for
able
sure.
to start- Oh, it was
It was
great.
good.
And then they just shit all over themselves.
I feel
in
like
that
The
last
Leftovers
season.
had a good amount of Lostisms in it too. I mean, there was some great episodes of The Leftovers, but
No, I mean, there will
I
never
didn't like the
be.
ending of The Leftovers, unfortunately.
with
Yeah, I've seen
streaming
that.
stuff.
I mean,
with
they ended
streaming
it, but it was, and it's explained, and you're like, oh, okay.
But with streaming stuff, we'll never have a show like Lost again. It just because they made you wait. I mean,
Right.
I remember when I had downloaded all the episodes illegally, obviously, and
Obviously.
and there was a girl that I was, before my wife, that I was dating or whatever, but I remember like she would come over, like I mean, like, because she'd never seen it before. I was like, you have to watch this. This is great. I had, of course, the big I had the wiring for my video card that could go to a TV, so like I was just
You
playing.
could watch the computer.
Yeah, it was like, so I would sit there and I would do that. And then From is great. From is great.
What is From?
You should go in blind.
Okay.
But From
Puts it on
Oh man.
Epics.
Epics.
MGM. What is this? Can you justwatch.com?
Okay.
Yeah, just watch.com.
This
You don't even
is-
need that anymore. If you just type From TV show,
It didn't
streaming,
work. It didn't show. It's on Fubo, and you can buy it on Apple TV. It's not free anywhere except Fubo
Fubo.
and MGM Plus and Spec. Oh, it's on DirecTV, I guess.
Yeah, and then but From is
Okay.
just go in blind.
Well,
Go in
anymore.
blind with From. Just
All right.
But anyway, it's late.
that-
You should go to bed. Blah,
leave
blah,
a
blah.
From.
See you next week.
Bye.
Night, y'all.
Yeah.
Adios.